Thank you. That's the kind of thing.
Oh crap, did you rearrange that?
Oh, sorry. And then we almost tripped Myra on the process. It's up there, you're after the line. No, I have to keep it following. How are you? You are. Good. I'm gonna sneak this into your holiday.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
That's my fault. I made you one.
Sorry. How is you?
Oh no, I broke it. Because we won it wrong.
In terms of the council, work session is now in order. I don't know who's going to start off, but city manager is going to start off with you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just before I start on my part, I just want to let you know the city employees have worked really hard on preparing all this information for all of you today. I don't believe this is something that the city employees have done before. I guess Savari might be able to speak to it, but we put this whole book together and it was a huge effort, so we hope that it's helpful to you. I know becoming a new council member, there is really a lot to learn. City government is unlike any other entity, and there's a lot of intricacies, a lot of things to learn. So we put this together with the intent that it will be helpful for you as you're getting started, and also hopefully it's helpful for our existing city council members too. Hopefully you learn a few new things as well. So starting off with my section, and then you'll be able to follow along. We'll start with mine, and then we'll just keep going through the booklet, and different city employees will come up and do their parts. So so as I was preparing for this, I was looking at my job description, which is 4 pages long, and I'm like, I'm not going to read this. We can do better. So I wanted to draw attention to well, actually, the first part before I go into kind of the things that I do for the city, the people that report to me are the city clerk, the clerk of court, the human resource manager, community relations coordinator, legal assistant. Pretty soon we'll have a deputy city attorney, and then some of our department heads. We have our police chief, fire chief, finance director, parks and rec director, public works director, and then our DDA, Main Street director. So those are the people that directly report to me. And then going back to what I was saying, I didn't want to read my job description to you tonight. The way I view that my role as the city manager for the city of Rawlins is 4 aspects. The first one is that I want to make sure that city council is having a positive experience being a city council member. So I feel that that's a really important role that I play. I think that tonight is a good example of a role that I play is to be able to give you all the information that you need to be successful council members. Some of the different things that I do as far as communication goes, once a week on Friday, I do a Friday focus, and anything that's happened during the week, I try and give you those updates so that you feel like when something's occurring at the city, you kind of have a heads up, like, oh yeah, Sean mentioned that's going on right now. It's meant to keep you informed as much as possible. I also have, during council meetings, I do a manager report, which is also just another opportunity to kind of give you updates on what's going on in the city. I do special projects pretty frequently. One of the special projects that I was working on just for this council meeting is the community gas funding that we have and how to spend that. And so I did a lot of research and just putting together numbers, financials, and then we'll see later at council meeting tonight. I'll present those, and then council can choose from whichever ones that they see fit is the best way to spend those funds. So if you ever wanted assistance with me doing a special project, I can help with those sorts of things. I can research anything that you would like. If you're just like, what do other cities do with similar ordinances or, there's so many different things I could research for you if you have a question. I'm here to be a resource for you and do that research in behalf of you so that you don't have to do that. Also, another big thing that I try and make sure happens and to assist with is the strategic planning process. So, and then as we're all aware, coming up at the end of January, we'll have that strategic retreat, and then we'll start focusing on what we'd like to become as a city. What do we want to be in 30 years from now? And then kind of work our way back. What are we doing in the next 2 years to become what we want to be? So that's one of the things I can certainly help with. The budgeting process, I'll have a big part in that with the city council. If you have any questions on the budget, myself or Jody can assist, and we'll be getting into the budget process really soon here. And January, February, we'll start working on that. So there's lots of different things that I can assist you with, but my goal is to make sure that you as a council member have all the information and resources that you need to be able to effectively be a council member. So I feel like if you ever have feedback for me, if I'm not providing information that you do need, please let me know so I can help you. And then a second aspect that I feel like as part of my role is to focus on the experience that our citizens have. One of the things that I would like to do in preparation for the strategic planning is to do a citizen survey, specifically for the city of Rawlins, to collect information on what our citizens feel that we're doing well and not so well, and giving them a voice. That's something that we can do that I feel like I can help with. We also have in the recent times with Myra, who's taken over her role in community relations to provide as much information to the public as we possibly can. Another thing, as soon as we finish up with our strategic planning, I want to be able to put our goals on Word docs, and so that as we're accomplishing our goals and as we're having council meetings, we can see our progress of our goals all the time. And so I think for citizens, when they if they're here or if they look at Word docs, they'll be able to say, okay, the city, here's their goals, and they are accomplishing things towards their goals. So I guess the point being is I want to make sure in every aspect when our citizens have experiences with us here that they're positive, and that it goes from our strategic planning all the way down to when they walk in, that we provide a positive experience for them, that they're happy to be here, they're treated respectfully, and that we respond as quickly as we possibly can. I feel that that's a role that I can help ensure that happens. Another big aspect of my job that I spend probably most of my time is working with all of our city employees. Essentially it's just like running a business. There's, with all the different direct reports that I have a meeting, it's either once a week or every other week with all of those people that I mentioned, almost all of those people. And so it's a lot of coordinating, it's a lot of troubleshooting, fixing issues, and basically all of our staff are working together to be able to accomplish the goals of the city council. And so that really is where most of my time is spent, is running business essentially. And then I do have a big focus on creating the best experience possible for our employees, because if our employees are happy in their jobs, they'll do a great job. And our citizens and our city council, everyone is affected by how well our employees perform. So I want them to be as happy as possible in their jobs. I'll stop just real quickly to make a point that for all these different stakeholders, from city council to citizens to employees, and then on to community business partners, each one affects the other. So it's important that we pay attention and make sure everyone is having a good experience. And then speaking to that last point, the community business partners, from local businesses that we currently have to potential businesses that are coming in here, are we creating a good experience for them to want to come to the city of Rollins? Are we helping our current businesses so that they want to, that they're successful and that we're providing a good experience for them there? And then also I feel like my role is to be connected with not only private industries but public too. We have a lot of different government agencies here, and I feel like it's my role to make sure I have really good relationships with them, so that, because when we do better things, we can accomplish more as we have those good relationships. So I hope that helps a little bit to see. I don't want to go line by line, but those key things, if we focus on those key stakeholders that we have, our council, citizens, employees, and business partners, I think we're accomplishing what we need to do if we're providing a quality experience for each of them. So those are my thoughts. I also wanted to mention that I'm a member of the International City Managers Association. It's or ICMA is what most people call it. Not all city managers participate in ICMA. The city managers that I want to emulate and be like are part of the ICMA. They also have a code of ethics, which is part of your packet in here, and it's basically something that I hold myself accountable to being someone that is trustworthy, that council can trust, that at all times the citizens can trust, that we're operating in an ethical manner, we're being transparent in the things that we do. And if you go into my office, I have this posted on my wall as a reminder of this is how I want to be a city manager. So the last thing I wanted to mention is I would love for the new upcoming council members, I would love to spend some time one-on-one with you. If you'd like to, even after this meeting or something, let's set up a time so that we can meet and I can answer real specific questions that you might have about the city. For you, just so you know, I'll be your main point of contact. If you're trying to, you want to accomplish something in the city, please come to me because I will be most able to help you accomplish things. So sometimes it's easy to be like, oh, here's the Parks and Rec guy, I'll talk to him. But when you do, he'll come to me and ask me for direction. So come to me first, and I can help you get things done faster and efficiently. So can I answer any questions from the city manager's role? I hope I've summarized that in a good enough way.
I just want to add on to what you said about me attending. I've attended a couple of big workshops, and so I have a lot of this information, but a lot of this is new. Now, a couple of things that has changed a lot is the fact that we have a human resource manager now that I've always wanted to have one, and I'm happy to have her on board. We also have a community relations coordinator who puts a lot of information out to the public. That's different than we've done before. I'm sure some of the laws have changed since I've gone through these two workshops, so I'm sure they're probably in this packet. I appreciate having that. We have never done it here. We've never done it on the city in Rollins itself, so putting this together I appreciate that. I think it'll help a lot. It's really not that hard once you pick up on it. That people come to you and bring your projects to you, and you can help me get the information, and then I turn it over to the council, and then let the council decide if that's something they want to do or not. That's how I do it. How everybody else does it, it's up to them. That's what I'll do. I'll find a project if the citizens call me up. I can't give them a yes that I'm going to do it or no. What I do is I'll do the research on it. I'll bring it to the city manager who helps me find the information. You give it to me. I get it on the agenda, and let the council decide one way or another how they want to handle it. But I think we needed to have this. This is good for our business when we get to work, especially with the new council.
Thank you. that's really what we wanted, is to make sure, like, when you're getting started, you feel like you have the right resources and tools to get up on the right foot. So, are there any other questions I could answer for you? Well, sounds good, and I would love to meet with each of you if you have some time. But okay, so thank you very much. We'll have the next person come up and do. I'm not sure who's next. Okay.
So I'd just like to thank Navari. I am actually the HR manager, so I'm like, hey, my cheerleader over there. So thank you. Just wanted to let you know, I am Stephanie Paulson, and I am the HR manager. I've been in this role for just 6.5 months. So it's been a crazy, fun time. I love it. I love this job because it gives me the chance to be the cheerleader for the employees. And that's what I'm here for. I tell the employees when I meet with them that they are truly, in the city, our greatest resource. We cannot do anything without them. And that my job is to support them. And that's what I take that very seriously, is helping them in the best way possible. Some couple things just to go through and let you know. With a city manager type of government, the city manager is in charge of all of the employees with the exception of 3. And those 3 are under the direction of the mayor and council. That would be the city attorney, the city manager, and the municipal judge. Okay, and they are appointed by the council. So as a human resource manager, the council can use me as a resource or a liaison for those 3 individuals too. And I would report those concerns or anything directly to the mayor and council. Does that make sense? Everything else, all other employees are through the city manager. Just that's city manager type of government, just so that you understand that. Any questions on that? All right. So, the job, like I said, of the Human Resource Department is to support the employees, to help them have a link between management and kind of resolve any problems or anything that we have within the department. In addition to making sure that we follow employment law, that we help them make sure that we're doing the things that we're supposed to be doing, like following ADA or all of the different laws that come through from the federal and state governments. Some of the things that I focus on are, right now we're focusing on the culture, building a unified culture throughout the city. And that's something that's really important to me. And I know I've talked to Sean about this a lot. That's kind of the thing that we were like, we need to focus on this and build a good culture throughout the city. And so we want it to be a team-focused, a supportive culture where we can make a positive experience for both the employees and for the community as a whole. Because I think, like Sean was saying, if you have employees that are happy and excited about their jobs, that goes out into the community, and they're positive towards those members of the community. If that makes sense. So some of the things that we've been working on in the HR department are, we've been working with Myra in community relations in working on a newsletter. Communication has been a big thing, and so we send out a newsletter twice a month. I know council, we try and send it to council, and we'll add you guys to it. We can do that also. It kind of just shows a lot of the things that are going on throughout the city, and kind of praises some of the things that people are doing that are amazing. Giving shout outs to our employees, the things that they do. It's always good to hear that someone noticed those things that are great throughout the community. So if you have anything that you see one of our employees doing, please let us know, because we'd like to be able to give those shout outs to those employees and let them know that they're doing an awesome job. Another thing that we are in charge of, we do employee recognition activities. We're working on doing cards and employment anniversary cards, employee of the quarter, supervisor of the year, Max Fenton Awards, doing those things that will help the employees recognize that we really truly appreciate them, and that they're great. They are our greatest resource. Like I said, we've been working on a lot of communication, making sure that everyone knows what's going on between the departments. Sometimes you get into your department, you know what's going on in Parks and Rec, but you don't know what's going on over in Public Works or at City Hall. And it's nice to be able to have that connection there between them. One of the other big things that we do in HR is recruitment and hiring. And this is a fun part of my job, is going out and being able to meet new people and recruit new people to fill those positions that get open throughout the community. So we go out and try and make sure that we can find good people to work for us. One of the things we've been working in here is updating our job descriptions, which is a big project, but something that we've been working on. We've expanded our recruitment process. We're going further out so that we can attract more people to work at our city that have the qualifications necessary to meet the job. If we can find them here in Rollins, fantastic. If we have to go further, we're going to find the right person. We have been working on standardizing our applications and standardizing our interviewing process, so we can get all of that to follow the laws and the things that we need to do there. We've been creating an onboarding program, working on developing that so that we can start our new hires up on the right foot, so that they know more about the city and more about their employment and what they need to do to be successful. The next section I have is on training and development. We're working on developing a training program for next year. I know that I've talked to a lot of the department heads, and they've given their suggestions of the types of trainings that they'd like to have throughout the city, and we're trying to implement those so that we can move forward with that. Like I said, we're only here, we've only been here for 6 months as a department. And so we're trying to get all of the documentation all centralized into the HR department so that we can make sure that we have all of the documentation in one location, so that in case we need to refer to it, it's easy to find and get what we need to get. We are also in that area working on updating our policy manual so that we can make sure that that is in compliance of where the city's headed. So that's kind of what we've been working on. One thing I didn't put in there is we are also in charge of doing personnel investigations and stuff like that. So if there's a complaint within the city, we go and find to make sure if that is legitimate and take the actions necessary that need to happen. Or not if it's not legitimate. Making sure that we follow those laws and things. So that's kind of a summary of HR a little bit. We've been involved in a lot of fun stuff. It's great. I love it. Love this job. Love the people. I think that's what makes my job the best, is I get to work with all the wonderful people out there. So, do you have any questions for me? Sorry, I talked about this.
I don't have any questions, but I will say that this position that we created, the human resource, really helped me a lot. I get a lot of calls from employees, a lot of them just running upset. I sit with them, I try to explain to them that I have no say-so in the hiring or the firing practices, but I direct them to the human resource officer, which is really helping me a lot. I explain to them, or if it's somebody that's called, and I've had 2 or 3 call me on the hiring of the city, and again, I instead of directing them right to the city manager, send them through the human resource officer, she gets the information to the manager. I explain to them that some of the things that might help them get the job, for example, CDL license, things like that we might have to have. But the main thing is to let them know that I don't have anything to do with hiring and firing other than the city manager and the judge. And so I direct all my traffic to the human resource office, which has really made being on the city council this year a little better than in the past.
Can I suggest a training that you guys might consider
Absolutely.
with the QPR suicide prevention training?
Absolutely. That would be good. We'll do that. Fantastic. Any other questions? Perfect. Well, my doors are always open. Let me know. Okay, I think you all know me. I'm Myra Miller, and I am the Community Relations Coordinator. And I'm also going to put the book together, so I just want to point out that you guys have 4 different sections, and those will fit into your binder. The only one that might not be obvious is that the table of contents gets replaced with the front, so you can go home and stick those together. And I did not bring my own copy, so I have to find my pages. So as you discussed also with HR, I'm a new division under the city manager. And I consider my job to have 3 major components. One is just getting information out to the community. I'm trying to be very focused on getting that out in different ways so that people who have different access can still find it. It involves a lot of working with different departments. I think when this position was created, it was kind of thought that this would take work away from the departments, like they wouldn't have to do their own Facebook posts, or they would just hand over all their publications to me. The city is so busy, that is 100% not what has happened. Each department still does their own stuff, it's just with me, and then I step in on big projects. You'd need like 7 of me to do all the Facebook pages, and we'd never get around the big picture problems, unlike the website. So it's nice to have a really good team. This is really a team effort. I have no idea necessarily what's happening in departments, so I really lean on department heads and anybody else who wants to come and tell me, this is a great thing that happened, or, you know, I've noticed this hasn't got a lot of press, that we should share it, or even people have been coming and asking me this because I'm a city employee and I don't know the answer, but, you know, they keep asking me this, so can you please address it? So it really is a teamwork. And on the same note as that, that's a team that you guys, the city manager and myself are really involved in. You guys get a lot of interaction with the public. If you get a question, if they call you up and say, I have a question about why this ordinance is a thing, if you let Sean or I know, we can tell people. You know, if they are actually going to bother to call you, there's probably 500 more people out there who are wondering the same question. So I really lean on also council members to help keep that information flow out. I really am here to help the community know what's happening, and if they don't reach out to me, but they reach out to you instead, we can still solve that problem. The other thing that I really try to focus on is getting information from the community and bringing it to council and staff. I'm very aware, especially as we go through COVID, that it's not always as easy for people to attend, or even without COVID. You know, there's hot issue topics that people really care about, and maybe they can't be here at Tuesday night at the 7:30 meeting. So you'll see me trying to do a lot of creative ways to bring that information to you or to staff. And I'm really proud that the city has decided to do the community survey for your guys' retreat. I think that's really going to help show that we do want to listen, which is something we've always been wanting to do. We're just being more active with that now. And then I just do some direct interaction with the community. I serve on some boards. I'm going to be helping with some citywide event style projects. Yeah, and I'm not going to read all the things I'm doing since this could take forever if we all read everything we did. But I do want to point out one more thing to you. If you look on page 30, we have, through our website, a really cool system called Notify Me. So that is where you can go log in and you can choose, I think it's like up to 12 different categories. There's like water turn-off alerts, like if there's a water break, not like if your personal water gets turned off. There's news flashes, there's clerk news flashes, there's Parks and Recs, there's calendar. So if you go on there and you enter either your phone number or your email or both, you can get that however you choose directly to you. So as council people, I usually do send you press releases directly. These two can testify to how much I occasionally email them. But if you do also sign up for those alerts,
it's just a good way to make sure you know everything that's going out, pretty much on their website. So you can stay up to date on that. So I guess, does anybody have any questions? Okay, awesome.
It's been wonderful to have you.
Oh, thank you. And I guess I should talk, obviously you're all aware about Sherry's not being the clerk anymore. I will be interim clerk, and I did not cover what the clerk does. That was actually earlier in your packet. Partially because I'm not at all qualified to tell you what the clerk does, but I can tell you it's very detailed, time-consuming work. It's a lot of paperwork, a very important filing, and tracking of the council meetings, so, I guess I'll get to that.
I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. That's been another part of this council that we haven't had in the past. This is new to me too. But the way I use it is I come in here about maybe twice a week to City Hall and say hi to everybody, whenever I run into it. Since we have the new coordinator, I go in there and visit with her and tell her all my complaints and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure she probably gets tired of hearing me, but the word gets out. She passes it on to, might be human resources, it might be public works or whoever, but seems like the word gets out and I get an answer. So that's been working a lot. I really appreciate the work.
That is one thing, since I am, I work with all the departments, that sometimes I know things that maybe wonderful, the department head would know it, but I kind of have a big picture view. Sometimes I know nothing though, if it's, either I know very little about a lot, not a lot about a specific subject, so. So we're gonna switch departments, it's finances. Thank you guys.
Okay, so I'm here to talk to you about some of the finance report. And so I'm just going to give more of a broad overview of the department itself. And the finance department is responsible for maintaining the financial records for the city. And we do several things. And we handle the utilities, which is all of the billing for water and sewer and landfill and stuff like that. We send out the bills monthly. We alert water department if there's any leaks or any problems with water, the meters and such. And so we also receive payments for the utility bill and help people when they need to do a payment agreement or they have other issues with the water and such. And so we field a lot of questions on that. And we also collect revenue for like licensing and other important payments and stuff like that. So we collect all of the revenue and make sure that everything is accounted for. Payroll is paid every other week on a Thursday for the prior 2 weeks, and that includes the payments for the council. You will get that at that time as well. We also prepare and monitor and amend the budget, and that's one of the 2 primary functions that we have is the budget and the audit. And the budget is a legal document, and so when we have to amend it, that's why we do the resolutions, because that has to be publicly acknowledged. And then I also do a lot of analytics for the budget and trend analysis for forecasting for revenue and expenditures, and I look at what the trend has been in the past, and are the departments requesting enough or not enough? Sometimes they underrequest, but that's not following the trend, and so I work with them to determine just how much they need to really spend for what they want to accomplish. And so we have a total of 5 people in the finance department, and this accounts payable, the utility clerk, we have a person who does all the receiving and one that does all of the payroll and other items, and myself. So that's the finance department. We work with all the other departments, including the city manager and the council, to make sure that we don't just do our job best stewards of the people's money. And I take that very, very seriously. And if I had to put everything into one vote, I would say it's integrity above all else. I strive for that integrity. I want things to be accurate and transparent. And so that allows me to actually bring up, after I've been here a little bit more, I'll be looking at the job descriptions and bringing up some of the things that we do up a few notches. And there's reasons that I do that is because I know what it takes to have a clean audit and to get through that, not only with the annual audit that's required by the state, but for audits like for the SLIP grant that we just did, we're ready to go, and I know everything's in order according to the way they like it, and we can sail through that very easily, and that's my goal, is no hiccups or anything. Doesn't mean it won't happen on occasion, but the goal is that we provide what we provide, and what we do is for the others. And so, if you find that I can be a little persnickety at times, that's why, it's for that purpose. So, currently, to let you know some of the things that I'm working on is, we're in the very, very end stages of the SLIP grant. And we just got recognition that they have received everything and that we're good to go. And so that was a lot of work, and we did it. Let's see. Over the next 1 to 2, possibly 3 years, I'll be looking at the policies and seeing if they need to be updated, revised, or what, so that we can be as efficient and effective as we can. And I have to say that we do enjoy supporting the departments, because in finance, all we see is the money and paper. So we don't actually build anything. I see that we build things intangibly. But the fun of working in the finance department is that we get to help the other departments accomplish what they need to do. And we get to see the streets being cleaned up and getting new pavement and the city curbs and all these other projects that's approved. We have a role in that, and we can take great pride in that. So that's part of what we really enjoy about being, we work with numbers, and so we enjoy watching that. Looking at everything in general, that's pretty much it. We're kind of pretty quiet people, so we do like to count the beans. So no worries there. We can joke and have fun. So do you have any questions? That's fine. I would love to answer those. I love getting the captive audience because I can talk on the subject for hours. So, yes. So, okay, then I don't know who's up next. Police. Thank you.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know, I'm Chief Troy Paula. Been with the city for about 19 years, a little over 19 years. Some of the responsibilities of the city of the police department, serve and protect basically. But by preventing crime, enforcing laws, and maintaining order, our primary goal is to make and contribute to the quality of life. Our mission of the Rawlins Police Department is to work in partnership with the community by providing safety and security through fair, dependable, and professional police service. Currently I have 4 areas that I'm over. I have police administration, I have animal control, and I have the dispatch center, and also now the code enforcement officer. It used to be with the fire department, and now police has taken it over. So those are the 4 areas that I'm going to talk about. Under the police administration, that covers all the law enforcement officers. And currently, we're budgeted to have 19, we only have 14 or 5 officers right now. We have 3 victims advocates, 2 of those are covered by a grant, and we have 1 administrative secretary. That's what's all covered underneath the police administration. In the patrol division, some of the responsibilities are we respond to all calls for service, traffic enforcement, enforcing municipal codes and state of Wyoming statutes. Their job is to maintain peace and order. We also have 2 highly trained canine, and they're passive canine drug dogs. They're Riggs and Bella. Riggs is with Sergeant Craig, and Bella's with Sergeant Joe Robinson. Some of the other duties that we're responsible for: property checks, house watches, business checks, drug endangered children. Just to let you know, we have over 18 boards and commissions that members of the Rawlins Police Department are on to help serve not only the city of Rawlins, but also the state. Part of the administrative broke down, and we also have investigations, and they investigate all major felonies, from felony larceny all the way up to murder. Unfortunately, in this town, over the years, we've had those types of crimes. It's a 2-man department, so it's pretty, they're pretty busy at that time. They're on call 24/7, 365. The 2 detectives that work up there, they split that over the course of the year, so they're on call basically 6 months out of the year. And you can read on all the other things that we cover where they do a lot. They maintain all of our evidence. They're the only 2 people that are allowed in the evidence room. I mean, integrity reports. And that's all the evidence. They are managing all evidence. The patrol officers collect that for all their cases as well as all investigations. The other division is victim services. The purpose and goal of the victims program is to enhance the treatment of all victims of all crimes and related situations, providing them with the support and assistance that they need. They're a very vital role. They're kind of one of the hidden gems that we have in the city, because for every victim, they work with these people to get them to want to not only testify against a crime that was committed against them, but help them to overcome that crime and to be a productive citizen again and not be afraid anymore. And they're not a victim anymore, they're a survivor, whatever crime that is. That's their goal. So those ladies do an excellent job. It's been, with this new COVID stuff, they had to really change the way they monitor their victims, but they've done an excellent job of that. Now we'll go on to a different department. That's all that I told you, that was all under the police administration. Now I'm going to animal control. We have 2 animal control officers. And once again, they take care of the animals 7 days a week. So the way they split their schedule up, somebody's working, 2 of them are working by themselves, 2 or 3 days a week by themselves. So they take all calls for service. Their job is to basically pick up strays, handle animal nuisance issues, that's the barking dog, pet care, education, assist when we call them patrol. We go to a house, the officers go to a house, and they have to unfortunately do their job. I think removing somebody from the house and they have pets, we bring animal patrol in so we can take care of those pets. We take them to animal shelter to take care of them until the owners can come back. So those are some of the main things we do at the animal shelter. Another thing we do is you have the city tag at the shelter. We provide kennel permits, so that's anything over 3 dogs. You have a kennel permit if you have more than 3 dogs. Chicken permits, yes, we allow chicken permits. Bee permits, and exotic animal permits. And I believe, since we've gotten, I don't know how many have been around, but we used to have an old animal shelter that was a little ways away from there, and it was horrid. And I've been around the state a little bit, and I got to say, I think our animal shelter is one of the nicest ones in the state. It's clean, it doesn't smell bad, and the animal control officers take pride in making sure it's always taken care of. So I think the animals are very well taken care of there. Does anybody have any questions so far? You already have covered? No. 911 Center. Their mission is to serve as the vital link between citizens and the public safety agencies and Rollins. We strive to collect and disseminate all requests for service in a prompt, courteous, and effective manner for all of our citizens. Through our actions, we help save lives, protect property, and assist the public in their time of need. One thing I always like to talk about with the 911 is, if you think about it, they take every single call. The officers get distributed calls, but they actually, there's usually only one person in there, and they take every call for service. So hats off to them. I don't know how they do it, because they get yelling and screaming people at them all the time, and they're very professional. Just to let you guys know, we do have positions for 7 dispatchers. Currently we only have 5, so we're down 2. But with help from Stephanie and the HR, we've got some really good applications in recently, so I'm hoping that we can get 2 people hired here soon. There's 3 main responsibilities that the dispatch has: answer 911 calls, non-emergency telephone lines, and walk-in complaints at the PD. That's what their main job is, and then disseminate that information out. Just to let you know, today we Pro Q&A, it's a software for dispatchers. We've been doing the medical side of Pro Q&A for about 4 years, I believe. And now, starting today, we just started police and fire. They went live today. So, and we can tell in our computers, we have little notes that pop up, and they're more detailed notes for us. So I know the citizens are getting more quality service on the end of the line. So I think it's going to be a big benefit for the city. And that was one of the big projects they had this year. And it's doing well. It started today. Our last, any questions on 911? Our last was code enforcement officer. This is a new adventure for the police department. Actually, it isn't. About 10 years ago, it was with us, and then it went to fire. We got it back. But all of us, in my position, and all the lieutenants, didn't have to deal with code enforcement back when we were younger. So it's new to us. It's a one-man show right now, and Brian's doing an excellent job. His responsibility is going to be to help clean up derelict vehicles, parking violations, garbage and refuse, weeds, landscape, abatements, hauling trash. He's even going to report if there's dangers for children issues out there, and any other dangerous conditions. I'll have a more updated report for you at City Council for what he's already accomplished in the short time that he's been with us. But that's pretty much overall view of code enforcement. Any questions? Anybody?
Questions other than they could use a lot more code enforcement person.
Well,
That's a different subject.
that is a different subject. And we could use a lot more of a lot of things, but
Yeah.
that's what we have so far. And I mean, like I said, I think everybody currently at the police department, and I'm talking about the whole umbrella of the police department, we have a really good crew right now, and a solid group. I think the police least amount of time anybody besides the code enforcement officer, the least amount of time we have is 3 years. Everybody's 3 years and up. We just need to fill in the bottom row.
I just have one question. With the code enforcement, there's a lot of issues in our town and in my part of the world down there. And I know Jeff in the past has worked very hard to do it. Do they have the tools as far as ordinances, or is there a huge lacking in that, or do we need to work with the legislature or what? Because it doesn't seem to be easy to.
It isn't easy. But you gotta remember this, code enforcement is more of a civil issue than a criminal issue. So
Right.
we gotta be very careful of their property rights and all that stuff. And I think the way we're going about it, we've got a plan. And so he started that plan with people, and it's gonna take time, unfortunately. Kind of like how do you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. That's kind of like this code enforcement issue. We're gonna have to take it one case at a time, one subject at a time. And please call when you see a code enforcement issue. Call us, because that's the only way we're gonna be able to take care of it.
Well, you'd have to have blinders on not to see them in our neighborhood. And I know Jeff has worked on a couple of them, but there's several of them that just really depreciate the neighbor's property. And they're not my neighbors, but they're somebody's neighbors.
And he's well aware. We've gone around with him to every neighborhood in our city, so he's well aware of where the issues are. It's like he said, he's one person. He's got to start somewhere,
Right.
and he's working his way through that now. Okay.
I got a question right here, Troy. Just so I can understand, it says fiscal budget is $88,950, right? Is that equipment and salaries included in that, for that fiscal budget?
I just inherited his. I don't have the budget book with me. I believe that was his total salary and salary, benefits, and then other expenses that are, because right now that's something that we're going to talk about. At budget when we come up here in the next couple months. I don't know if we're going to incorporate that into one other division, so if he's not by himself.
I wasn't singling that out, I've been seeing it throughout, and
That's for, I believe that's for the fuel for the vehicle, that's the expenses for everyday little forums or anything that he may need.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Chief, just real quick, before we do fire, could we have Caleb go real quick? She'll be pretty short. Thank you.
Sure. Let me see. Go ahead, I'll let you.
Hey, Joe.
I am Gail Dahl, and I'm the court clerk. There is one full-time clerk and part-time clerk, and our judge is part-time. Our purpose is to efficiently process all the cases that come through according to state statute and the city ordinance. We work with the police department, the city attorney, defense attorney, and defendants. Our work includes entering the citations that are issued by the police department, taking the payments, following all the legal procedures for processing of the not guilty pleas and failure to appear, and then just making sure that we meet all the sentence requirements ordered by the judge. Our court's held on Monday morning. We have arraignments then. That's where they enter their pleas, whether it's not guilty or guilty. In the afternoon, we have bench trials. That's where if they have pled not guilty, they have their chance to sit and present their case to the judge, and the city they present their case also, and the judge makes a decision. We do have jury trials. We haven't had a lot. Those are generally held on Fridays, and then it's a jury of 6 persons. We are currently working on upgrading our computer program, and we're just processing and working with the other departments as needed. Anyone have any questions? Short and sweet. No? Okay.
Thank you.
Page 40.
Yeah. Forgot who I am when I'm doing it. All right, fire department. I know most of you, but I'm Alan Robinson, currently serving as the interim fire chief. There's a rumor going around that they'll be doing some interviews here at the end of the week. So, currently the fire department has 9 full-time members. I have 17 volunteers. I actually have 11 full-time positions. We have 9 of those right now. One of those in the fire chief position, which is being filled hopefully very soon. And then my other full-time position within a couple of weeks of starting that process right now. Be a relatively easy process at this point. We have no visibility with this. Okay. Some of the services that the fire department provide. We always ask the kids out of 100 calls, how many do you think are fire? About 5% of what we do is fire. Is what we're fire department. That's nationwide. Not really, that's about the average number. A big portion of what we do is emergency medical, as well as we respond to all calls for service, just like the PD does. Whatever they call, they ask us. They don't know who else to call, they call us. We take care of problems, help them with those kind of things. About average of about 70% of what we do is medical in nature. Part of what we also provide, we do provide a non-transport medical response. So every time there's an ambulance page, fire guys show up. Usually we're there first, depending on just because sometimes we're out around town, we're closer than the ambulance group. We get there, start taking care of the patient, the ambulance comes, we hand them off and they can transport. We also provide a third out ambulance. The best way to describe that is right now I have an ambulance on La Paloma and I have one on Sage Hills. And so that means my guys are up next if there were to be a third call right now. Just kind of give you a little bit of heads up, in the last month and a half, we've been up 4 times that way. So it's something that's happening more and more frequent as far as that. So it's one of those needs that we've had, that we've found, and we've been able to fill that on that. So we also provide hazardous material response. We are a portion of Region 3, which includes Carbondale and Albany counties. We're kind of the western half of that group. Laramie Fire provides the eastern side, but they actually have a lot of equipment there as well. We can pretty much handle everything on our own side, but we have that capability of working with them in the event of a major incident of any type of release, semi-crash, name it, training, whatever. Those kinds of things, so we can handle all of that type of stuff as well. We spend quite a bit of time doing education with kids and adults. Do a lot of public education, that kind of stuff. In your packet, there's a list of our apparatus. Right now, we are in the process of replacing engine 1, which is a 1996 American LaFrance. That truck is already on order. There's things that we're doing to keep that product in the process. I'll give you an update later in the council meeting as far as where we're at on that, what we've done recently. But that truck is in the process and coming along nicely, from my understanding. We do training twice a month with the volunteers. Volunteer staff makes up our largest portion of the body of the fire department. We have to maintain and keep their abilities up and those kinds of things. So we do have 2 structured trainings a month that we do with those guys. And there's other additional training. If you're looking at the picture there, Steve, that's actually a training prop that belongs to Region 3. It's a tank simulator. It actually has truck connections and rail car connections on it, so we can actually practice both those kind of things. It's also on a hydraulic set up so that we can actually literally tip it at different weird angles and make it more challenging in front. And that was a training that we did here not too long ago.
That's the trailer that's sitting over there.
That's the trailer that's sitting over at Station 2 right now. Within the week, that should be going back to Laramie. I have a truck going to Cheyenne to have lights put on it, so we're going to make one trip out of it and take that back over there. So very, very neat little prop that they were able to purchase through Homeland Security, through Region 3, in order to do that. As it says in here, we're also, with being a combination department, having paid in volunteers, we're constantly looking for new volunteers. We'll take anybody, do all the training and those kinds of things. We'll do service awards and those kind of things for us. It's also posted there. So, any questions that I can answer for any of you at this time? Oh,
Question I have, what we all would suggest tonight.
okay.
Yeah. I like our training grounds that we have.
Okay.
One of the subjects that came up in the county of governments was all this training that takes place around the county. Is it why we don't put more resources in the training in one area, since we have the large property, we have the equipment to train, to form something that would put all these fire departments together in one area where they had one large training, 2 or 3 day training.
We've offered a lot of regional type training, and that is open to any of our trainings are open to any of the departments throughout the county. And it's actually quite amazing how many times we do have those county guys there. We're doing a lot with the town of Sinclair right now, coming to our training facility. County Fire comes and uses our facilities. Several times a year, they come and use, they don't have a burn building with what they have, those kind of things. They'll come and do extrication training with us. Those kind of things. We actually have a large training scheduled early in November on region-wide throughout the county. They actually ended up canceling that. Some of the instructors couldn't get here with COVID and all the other restrictions come about, so we kind of have to put that off on those kind of things. But we do quite a bit of regional type training. We've hosted state classes and those kind of things too. And so it is being utilized that way. And yeah, I would love to have more people come and do it, but it's some of it's logistics, some of it's just they want to play at home or whatever that was.
It just seemed like a saving type
Yeah.
deal where we had all these communities, we have 10 communities in the county, if they were on the same page and doing this training,
Yeah.
it would save their communities and save our communities some money.
Well, even as of today, I talked with Ron Brown, the county fire warden. Went through the books that I have. We're working on training to come up in January. It will be county-wide trainings and those kind of things. So it happens a lot more, unfortunately, than everybody sees, just because it's just fire departments and we just do our thing, on a weekend or evening or whatever. And continue to so, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Awesome. Thank you.
We're gonna skip ahead a little bit, just due to the time, we don't wanna rush and cut the discussion short. My name is Amy Buck, I'm the Rollins City Attorney. My office provides legal guidance to the city council, the city manager, the department heads, and city staff. There's a misconception that the city attorney provides legal advice to private citizens. Ethically, we do not. A private attorney is in the best position to give legal counsel to our private citizens. In addition to those, we also provide legal assistance to moving forward, which will be all of our municipal boards and commissions. So that's going to be a welcome change. We provide legal guidance involving employment law, contract law, statutory and constitutional law, administrative law, police powers, procedural rules for governing bodies. We also prosecute all municipal ordinance code violations, which can include citations from both the police department as well as code enforcement. If there is a nuisance that's charged through the city code, my office does prosecute those as well. We represent the city in contract negotiations, and we appear on behalf of the city in appeals of administrative decisions before
for the Office of Administrative Hearings. Essentially, my office is as proactive as the governing body gives me direction to be, and with the consent and cooperation of the city manager's office. So it's really dependent upon both of those entities and how my office functions, whether it be proactively or reactively. The principal objective of my office is to try and limit liability for the city of Rollins, help protect the city staff and the governing body from litigation. As with any attorney-client relationship, my advice is as good as the information I'm provided. If we have information early and often, and we're able to get ahead of a situation, we're able to reduce our potential liability and reduce the potential litigations. We work with staff on recodifying or creating new ordinances. We assist primarily the city council with any ordinance changes or amendments that you recommend or would like to see. Again, it does not require consensus of the council for you to bring an item before the city council. An interested party, an interested citizen can actually bring an agenda item before the council. My most important role is to ensure that the city of Rollins is as transparent and open as it can be, pursuant to the Wyoming Open Meetings Act, and making sure that we respond in a timely manner to any public records act. Now, there are certain limitations statutorily there's certain documents that we cannot release statutorily, but my office has to provide that objection in writing and why it's not being released. A Public Meetings Act simply requires notice and an opportunity for hearing. This council has worked very diligently to ensure that the city strives and endeavors to create more of that notice and opportunity for hearing. They want to hear from the public, hopefully before a decision is being made. And I think that's where the new council can help facilitate that by encouraging the public to either submit a public comment on an issue or to be present at a meeting to discuss why they're in favor of something or why they're opposed to something. That information is vital before the council makes a final decision, just to ensure that they make the best decision for the community. So I think moving forward, we have an earnest effort by the city council, by the city manager, and by the department heads to increase that transparency, to encourage that participation by the public, which I think is going to result in a better decision-making process for the city council as a whole. So it's time. Do you have any questions or anything specifically?
I think we are finished. We do have a couple of departments that didn't have an opportunity to speak tonight. I think we have downtown development, public works, and parks and rec. So we'd like to do that at the next council meeting as so we could kind of. Yes, so we'd like to do that at the next work session. So hope this has been helpful tonight and look forward to finishing up next time.
And speaking of the next work session for you three, we will be having at 5:15 special training by Board Docs, our software that does the board meetings and how you get your packets. So at 5:15, we'll need to have you all here to learn how to do that. You can jump into the meeting, ready to vote. And if you guys want to attend to learn how to use Board Docs, you're more than welcome to come back, but I bet you got it, right?
So we covered it.
Yeah.
Just need it. We're gonna use this.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for coming out tonight, everyone. I'll start out with the roll call.
Oh,
Ira?
Mayor Steve Nicholson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Sanger.
Here.
Councilmember Durst. Councilmember Espinoza.
Here.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Wells.
Here.
Okay, we have a point. Now we'll move on down to the public hearing. The first item is the renewal of the bingo full tab gaming licenses for calendar year 2021. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on that? Okay, we'll move on down to item B, a resolution authorizing the amendment of the fiscal year 2020-2021 municipal budget to reflect unanticipated funds for COVID-19 expenses and revenue. Is there anybody in the public who wants to touch bases on that? Okay, now we'll move on down to item C, a resolution authorizing the city manager to restructure Public Works Department by adding one new FTE position and amending the pay scale for the existing Public Works Director for the fiscal year 2020/2021 in accordance with Wyoming State Statute 15-4-202G, hereby amending the 2020/2021 City of Rawlins pay plan. Anybody in the public wants to speak on that? Okay. We'll move on down to item D, a resolution authorizing a one-time payout of accrued sick and vacation time as of December 19th, 2002. I think that should be 2020.
I will make that change.
To come into compliance with the accrual limits and amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to reflect the payout in the current fiscal year expenditures. Any comments from the public on that? Okay, move on down to item E, a resolution authorizing compliance pay. Anybody from the public want to comment on that? Okay, now I'll move on down to citizens participation. This is the time that anybody in the audience would like to come up and speak for up to 5 minutes about anything that is not on tonight's agenda. This would be the time to do so.
I would like to make a comment.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor. I just want to clarify for those who are watching remotely that anytime you would like to make sure that you have a chance to present something to council, you can send that to my email by 8 a.m. the day of the meeting, and we will make sure it's read at an appropriate time. So that would either be during public participation or if it's in the agenda. I would read it at that time. And our doors are open, so if anybody wants to attend.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come up and speak?
Mr. Mayor, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
I just wanted to throw, I'm gonna not get near enough people to thank you on this, but I just want to thank Rita and everybody that was involved with the Hogwarts thing over the weekend. From my point of view, it was huge success. I saw a ton of kids coming in with Harry Potter scarves and glasses and wands and grins from year to year. So that was an amazing thing for basically just to be put on for this community by private people, and that's phenomenal. I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated.
All right, thank you, Aaron.
I hope any of that came through.
Yeah, we heard all of it. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and go on down to council reports. The first item is Board of Adjustments, which would be myself, and I have nothing to report. The next item is COG, and Ms. Bach attended that, and she is going to speak on what took place there for us.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Mayor. On November 18th, Carbon County Council of Governments held a meeting via Zoom. We were able to have a quorum, and so they were able to transact business. The items on the agenda were determining who would host the 2021 meetings. Proud to report that the City of Rollins will be hosting the December meeting for next year. We believe the January meeting, which is on the website, is January 15th or January. The website indicates that the next meeting for COG will be a Zoom meeting on January 13th. However, I believe by the bylaws it's the third Wednesday of the month, so I believe the correct date would be January 20th. At the November 18th meeting, the COG representatives were all in favor of a shared grant writer to be further discussed by all the municipalities moving forward. And there were a couple of municipalities taking the lead on that, and they spoke of someone that was interested that sounded very optimistic for us. As well as they voiced continuing support for in opposition to any tax increase to renewable energy, and they authorized COG to have 2 representatives speak on their behalf of both revenue committees, corporations committees, and any other joint committees that had draft bills. The next committee meeting will be held, I believe it's Thursday, and in addition to city staff, city manager, myself, COG representative, Dr. Moore, we also had Terry Whiteham in attendance who spoke as well, and he wrote a pretty detailed and effective letter to the Casper Star Tribune. So the next meeting, I believe, is January 20th via Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Next, we'll move on down to C, which is the DDA Main Street, and Dan from the DDA is going to fill us in on that one.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm gonna kind of tag on to what Aaron had said. We just finished an amazing Winterfest. We had to cancel Summerfest, and we then knew that we went from 250 people down to 100. And Jackie and I chatted real quick, and we just proceeded this forward with a lot of caution. And I just wanted to report that this was an amazing weekend for everybody. We had probably over 1,000 hours of volunteerism. If you take the national average, it's $27 an hour. We're talking 27, almost $30,000 of people's time. All city departments were involved, the chamber, private businesses were involved, whether they were in the downtown or not. Aaron did say Rita and Steve Sondergaard made a huge impact. The Nutcracker went off. Instead of having the school facility like Cali is in the past, we actually had it outside and had an outdoor movie with burn barrels, amazing. So again, it was just a really amazing weekend. People, the parade was just was amazing. And then I also want to let you know that the Wyoming Office of Tourism was very pleased with that we were continuing with our event with different little components to it. And so they sent a videographer on Saturday. So the Office of Tourism was here in Rollins all day on Saturday filming all the different events, and they're going to highlight the city of Rollins and that we, did it COVID style. So that's exciting. So as soon as I get that, I'll share that with you. We had a really successful shop downtown. Went big for the first 2 weeks. We've had over $45,000 in sales that we've actually accounted for in tickets. Who knows who people haven't turned in their receipts. And then the last thing is we started yesterday, just rolled right into our shop downtown from home in Rollins, which is a virtual program, and we've been going into businesses. We had 2 yesterday and 3 tonight. So people could actually take a tour of the majority of our retail businesses, and so they could see and shop from home if they wanted to. So we've been busy, but it's all been a community effort.
Cool.
So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Now we'll move on down to item D, Rollins Planning Commission. Councilman Espinoza, do you have anything to report?
Yes. Planning Commission met on
We can't hear you, Louis. Can you talk into the phone a little bit better?
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rollins Planning Commission met on December 8th. term ended, so you'll probably we have a couple of recommendations that will be coming out on January 5th. One is on the ordinance amendment for its overlay district, and that passed we also had PC 20-10-0 passed, and you'll be seeing that on January 5th. PZ 20-08-01 had to deal with boundary lines. That passed with the planning commission. You probably won't see that. Title 16 amendment options are still being worked on. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Louis. Now move on down to urban systems, Councilman Singer.
I wasn't there, but Danielle's gonna come up and
Okay.
cover the meeting.
Perfect.
Honorable Mayor and Council, so we had a meeting on December 9th for the Urban Systems Committee, where we held the re-election of our vice chair, which is Steve Perkins, and then we also had an update from WIDA on the recon project that we did. So I don't know if you guys remember, a couple of years ago, you approved the Higley Boulevard corridor study. And from that, we've moved forward with WIDOT to do some recon on those projects, get the cost for it. That work is completed at this point, and if the city, or not if, but when the city is ready to move forward, we just need to submit a letter to WIDOT to proceed with one of those projects. We have currently just over $1.7 million sitting in the Urban Systems Fund that will go towards that, and then the city will have to do a 10% match. Additionally, WIDOT did ask the board if they would be interested in updating their bylaws, which they were, so that will be presented to them at the next meeting. They also requested that the city of Rawlins review an amended, updated cooperative agreement for the Urban Systems Program. That agreement has been sent to legal and will be hopefully revised. It's already been reviewed and approved by the Attorney General. And I believe that was it.
That was it. All right, thank you, Danielle. Okay, now we'll move on down to item 5, the approval of minutes of December 1st, 2020, regular meeting. I get a motion, Councilman Singer.
I move to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of December 1st, 2020 as presented.
Okay, we have a first, we need a second. Councilwoman Wells seconds. Is there any questions or in regards to that motion that was made? Okay, if not, Myra, would you open online voting?
I just want to double check. Linda, you're not on the phone, right? I mean, Councilwoman Smith. Okay. The computer can't tell me that. The motion carries unanimously with 6 voting yea.
All right, thank you, Myra. We'll move on down to item 6, correspondence and reports. And the first item is the city manager report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. If Jody is, there she is. Okay, I'm gonna have her join me for this first little item. So, as you know, we got the grant for the COVID money, which was the $2.8 million. So we basically had 2 weeks to spend everything that was on the grant. It's not all the $2.8 million. It was $330,000 that we had to spend, which is 18 different items. Some of those items were easier than others. Some were a matter of getting on Amazon and ordering some things. Others were a lot harder. We had to purchase software or, get that in place so that we could get the software and different things. But This was a massive undertaking to get done in basically 2 weeks or less, really. I'll turn that over to Debbie for a second.
We spent, a lot of us, all of us spent the last week, maybe a little bit more than a week, going after all of these items, making sure that we had the invoices and that it had the proper wording to it, and that took multiple iterations working with the vendors to get that accomplished. And just to give you an idea of the magnitude that we went through to make this happen in such a short period of time, not only did it include the incredible cooperation between the departments and everyone working very diligently and collaboratively, it's a testament to the staff that you have to make things happen. And to give you a visual to some of that, we would like to show you these two binders that are very heavy. And this is all of the payroll, everything that she had to pull together to get the payroll and the first report, the families first. That is an incredible amount of work that she had to pull together and to make that happen. The rest, these are all the invoices and the backup documentation to all those things that we bought. And so this is a visual of just how much work went in this last week to get this 2.8 million. And so I want to give a big thank you to all of the departments to make this happen.
Thank you. Thanks staff for everything they did to help you to get ready for that. Okay, now we'll move on down to,
Sorry, just have a few more.
Go ahead.
So one thing is, as you've noticed, Myra is running our meeting today. I've appointed her as our interim city clerk until we can find a new city clerk. We also mentioned at the work session tonight that we weren't able to get through all the department reports, but we would like to hold an additional work session at the next council meeting to kind of finish up those reports that we were doing today. And then also, if there's not any opposition to this, I'd like to take the lead on creating a city survey so that we can collect that information for our upcoming strategic retreat. Because I think it will be useful information. So if everyone's okay with that, I'd like to move on that and work on getting it out to the community. And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up, Councilmember Martinez brought up just a question for me to kind of look into, and I thought I'd share that information that there are people that are struggling to pay different bills due to COVID, and he asked me if we could utilize COVID funding to be able to assist with that. Staff has discussed that a little bit this morning, but I'd like to do a little bit more research on it and then provide you with some more information. So that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Councilman Martinez?
I don't know, we still have a fund set aside for people that are having problems with that resolve. We used to have a fund that was set aside. I'm not saying we have to spend this COVID money, all this COVID money for that. Put some aside that can be used for those people that are having problems that can come before them. When they come to pay the water bill, we can work with them and give them some assistance.
Good.
I do know there is some money available through the Salvation Army as well. They can ask for it once a year for up to $250, I believe. They're out. Are they out? They ran out the week after Thanksgiving. So they'll be back January 1st. Because they're out making money right now. Right. Yeah. But they spend every penny. Yeah. So that is an option too.
There was some more discussion this morning that there's some other alternatives too, I guess, out in our community already. I can't remember the different acronyms. If anyone wants to chime in, there was one that was helping if someone needs help with their rent or not just water bills, but other, like any sort of bills that they're having. There's different resources that are in existence right now too, that people can go to.
The Go, is it Goshen Cares or something? Is it another one?
What were,
This.
DHS
And leave.
yeah, so there are some options for those in our community as well.
And the other one is the Wyoming Housing Authority or something similar, House out of Cheyenne. And we are also a place you can apply for that as the city.
I think there's some assistance for rent. I think there's assistance for a gas bill through LEAD. I just didn't know if there was any for water, and we used to do it. We had money set aside during our budget, we put money set aside, and that would just redo the system if they could show that they need help, or they have a busted water line or a frozen line that they have to run water all night long to keep their water from freezing and things of that nature.
Yeah, awesome. If it's okay, we'd like to just research it just a little bit more and come back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. All right, now we'll move on with department reports. Looks like we have Chief Palmer walking up.
Honorable Mayor and Council. Reports for November, we had 460 911 calls, 1,185 telephone calls for service. Dispatched calls were 523. Case follow-up 78, and all other calls were bar checks, property walks, business checks, stationary radar, PR, and paper service. And I want to bring up PR real quick. That's one of the things I forgot to mention when I presented earlier to council in the workshop is the Rawls Police Department does a lot of PR in our community. Just for example, Lieutenant Frank's instructor drug recognition training at the Wyoming Department of Corrections Academy. Officer Gringer, who's our SRO officer, instructed a class on law enforcement at the middle school. SRO Officer Gringer presented the drug endangered children at DEC. So, and that's just for November. And we've done bicycle safety, Halloween safety. We trained at the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. Jared Frakes is one of the instructors for the state for all those for SFSTs, which is field sobriety maneuvers for DUIs, and also at the Highway Patrol Academy. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, some of the other things that we do as a department. Real quick, our nuisance abatement officer started last week, or started in November, and it was after he had training in, he still got 16 cases opened up. He solved 10 of them, and he's still following up on 6 of those. And we also started with my result, an overview of parking ordinance education brochure that we're going to hand out once we tweak it a little bit more. So I just want to let you know that's what we're working on. And code enforcement. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Oh, Mayor Council, quick update from the fire department. Month of November, we were at 70 calls for service. That's where guys actually left the building and went out and took care of business. 66% of those are medical in nature. We're seeing quite a few of the sick people in town right now. There's definitely stuff going on. As of November 30th, we've run 806 calls for service in 2020. And during the month of November, we also completed 29 business inspections. That's where we actually physically go in the building, take a look around, help with fire code violations and those kind of things, as well as familiarization of those buildings for my guys. 90 and a half hours of training. As far as updates on other projects, ProQ&A, which is the priority dispatch for fire. Also happened for police today. We went live today. So that software is currently in use. Kind of help get all the dispatchers kind of on the same page, asking the same questions of people when they call and those kind of things. It gets us better information, helps us know better what we're doing before we get there. Other projects are going on. The new engine that we're having built, the graphics and the paint have been approved approved and returned. And it's one of those things that are in the process, they got to paint the truck and all those kind of, all stickering on it, stuff. So, those have been approved and are in the works. News-based radio for the station, we have now word that should be installed in the next week or so. In the next couple of weeks, depending on Christmas and holidays and all their schedule, which should help some of our communication problems with Station 1. The ongoing process with the repeater on our field is still in the works as well. That radio was this year as well too, but we still have to work and look at legal lease agreements, stuff like that, get actually put on the our new ambulance is also progressing as fast as it can, with all the delays in ordering and everything. We're waiting for a radio from Motorola and some of those things and so forth. But it's still progressing forward, and we're happy to be where we're at with those kind of things. Okay, unless you have any questions for me, that's my report. No.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, if I could interrupt real quick.
Go ahead.
Michael or Wood, if you wanted to address the council on what, for, I believe it's for Thanksgiving holiday, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
The members for Thanksgiving?
Yes. Okay.
So he can come up real quick.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, worthy council, hello everybody. Thank you for putting me in out of turn. I want to say first, there's people in this town that thank the councilmen that are going to be leaving, and Mayor and Councilman Sanger and Councilman Espinoza. They really appreciate that and appreciate you and your hard work and your efforts, and I do too. And my family thanks you for everything that you guys have put forth in this community. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk to everybody about our Thanksgiving. Everybody knows about that, but I just kind of wanted to give a little synopsis, and I'll make it brief. You know, we do it every year. This is our 20th year that we've done that, and we're just blessed to be here. It was something that my parents started, and we never forgot. You know, anybody that came through that restaurant never left hungry, and it didn't matter who you were. And we always made it a point to my mom and dad to make sure that they knew who they were and what their story was. And when I talked to my volunteers, I said, this is a free meal, but I want the same amount of effort and class for a $40 or $30 steak in my restaurant, because that's how important it is to me. And what a class act it was. So to begin this, even make it happen, I had to call a friend of mine, Councilman Sanger, and I said, hey, can you please come fix my oven? And he did. And that helped me, and I could cook 15 turkeys at a time. And then another friend, Councilman Durr, showed up to help deliver and serve meals, and you know, what an amazing opportunity. And I know that perhaps I didn't execute perfectly everything I wanted to do like I would do on a normal basis, but what was perfect on that day was the help, the efforts, the peacefulness, and from all my volunteers and all my friends who showed up, and really they were perfect in everything that they did, and the community support that really wanted us to be able to feed people made this happen. And we cooked 73 turkeys, and together we fed over 1,000 people in this community. And for me, that's a big deal to know that I was part of that, and that they spent their day with us. And I can't begin to tell you how hard everybody worked. So with that in mind, I put a scripture, Christina and I put a scripture in all the bags, and I made sure everybody got that. And I just want to read that to you from Matthew. It says, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. And I was a stranger, and you welcomed me." So my family thanks you for being part of our Thanksgiving, and for my mother, Linda, who taught her children kindness and selflessness and forgiveness. For myself and my sisters, Christine and Renee, we want to thank the council and the community for everything that they've done for us and supported us through this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate what you guys do every Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
I would like to just keep this brief, if I may. for the revenue is currently for the year, even though 50% of the year has elapsed, is at 74% revenue received. And a lot of that comes from the Sierra Madre. And then the expenditures are only about 42%. So expenditures are being held to a minimum, and that's looking really well. And then for the water fund, you can see that the revenue has come in for the utility enterprise revenue at 54%, and the expenditures are held at about 35%. And they're doing extremely well. And the revenue for the sewer fund is about 43, with expenditures a little higher at 62. But again, keep that in mind that a lot of those expenditures have probably already happened, and we're going into the winter, so that will level out over the year. So if I may be, if you would be so kind, if you have any questions, if you would email them to me, as I've been busy with the SLRB grant, if you would email those to me, and then I would respond to my next meeting, I would appreciate that, if that's all right with you.
Yep, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
And Honorable Mayor, I just want to share that we will be uploading that document that was shared to Board Docs, so the public and other members can view it tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Myra. Okay, do we have any other department heads that would like to come up? Patty hiding in the back.
Just waiting my turn. I don't know how the pecking order goes yet.
Not really taking our first one to run up, guessing.
That's what I just heard. I felt troubled by the police department. Parks and Recreation, thank you. I appreciate your time this evening. Parks, they're trimming trees on East Cedar. Those beautiful ash trees got a bug. It's a scale and it can't be oiled. So we're trimming them down before they fall down. The golf pro shop is open by appointment. Please give him a call. He's got some new merchandise and you want to do some shopping out there. I always send some to Texas. So shooting range is indoors. We're going to start the kids program again in January. And the adult programs are happening now. We have no heat, but we're working on it. The rec department is winding up. So opposite you, on the other Facebook page, are the little junior jazz girls playing ball. Sorry, but I think you're getting, yeah, it's okay. I'll watch you guys tomorrow. Okay? We're introducing the new volleyball program, and then the boys start in January, February. So we're moving forward. We're moving into the new age. We're filming, so grandmas can watch, right? And aunts and uncles, which is wonderful because we can't have spectators. So we're moving into the real world finally at the rec center. We also have developed a QR code so that you can screen your player before they go into the building, because we're doing health screening on all the players and participants. So my staff is amazing. It's wonderful to work with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Danielle? I see you hiding out in the back, but you have something to tell us.
Well, I didn't want to jump turns on anybody. So we have been pretty busy at Public Works. We've had a lot of water breaks already. So big shout out to the utilities employees who have been working in this weather, and streets because they've been helping. We are, as staff, working on the landfill budget and some options to bring to council, hopefully the first meeting or first work session in February. I received notification today that the BLM accepted the reclamation of Newman Field, so that project is closed out. Super excited. It's been like an 8-year project. The AC pipeline project is moving forward still and should be completed shortly. Both Edinburgh and Walnut Streets are at 80% design. I'm working with Myra to get some information out to the public on that, so they have it. Staff has shared it internally, and we have met with some people that will be affected by that. the dentist's office, we've met with the Old Joint Powers Board and several others. And then the aeration project at the wastewater treatment plant is completed. It came in just under the budget of $350,000. They're working really, really well, which should be about a 50% energy savings for us. And way more efficient for DEQ too, so that's exciting. And then I have some, I guess, exciting news for Leroy, but sad for the city. After over 43 years of working with the city, Leroy has decided to retire, and he will be done in January. So, and I just big thank you to him for all those years of service and everything he's done for the city.
How many years was he with the city?
Over 43. Wow. Yeah, he started in high school as a seasonal employee, working out at like Ford Steel and Sinclair. So, yeah, it's been here a long time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Longer than I am old, so.
Danielle?
Oh,
just
sorry.
want to let you know those people that were working on that water line. One thing is I really appreciate what they do. I mean, to see them out there in that cold, and I thought to myself, if we could only take some pictures of them in them ditches when this kind of weather it is, so that we can show the kind of work that they do to keep the city running. It was amazing to watch them in that cold. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, and we do take photos. The employees actually get kind of excited. They're like, check out this hole in this line that we have fixed. So I do have some of that, and I've been trying to get some more of that stuff out. It's just been a little challenging, but I will pass that along because we do appreciate it. We've actually had a ton of citizen support, and I mean, we've even had citizens bringing them food and hot chocolate and all kinds of stuff like, here, warm up, guys. So it's been really nice too. But thank you.
That's cool. Thank you, Danielle. Okay. We have any other department heads that like to speak? Okay. We will move on down to the agenda, the approval of tonight's agenda. Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a first and a second. If there's no objections to that motion that was made, then.
Seconded. Okay, first, you seconded.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Myra, could you open online voting?
The motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay, now move on down to unfinished business. The first item is the ordinance, third and final reading, amending Rawlins Municipal Code 15.12 flat work permits. I get a motion. Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve it on third and final reading of amending Rawlins Municipal Code 15.12 flat work permits.
Okay. Councilman Wells seconds that. Danielle.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, so there is no changes to this ordinance being proposed. It's been brought to you a couple times before. Just to kind of summarize, the idea is that they would pull a flat work permit if they were doing flat work only, to ensure that they weren't going over utilities, that if they were going to build on it in the future, it would meet setbacks. I do want to just clarify a couple things. We did receive a comment that I had shared previously about a concern if they were just replacing one small section of sidewalk. And the example used is if they go and they replace their sewer line, have to take out that section, would we charge them? And we would not. It would just fall under that sewer permit that's pulled. The same would be true if they were doing a foundation, like a flat foundation in a garage or something like that. If they pulled a garage permit, it would all be included. It would not be a separate permit. But if you guys have any questions for me, I will try to answer it and go from there.
Any questions from the council?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
So I'm going to try and ask my question and just see if it's easier this way. So in regards to let's just say the sidewalk, what about if it's not, say, a sewer replacement and I'm just replacing the just a little 4x4 piece, right? Just like one little section. In that kind of a case where I don't already have a permit pulled, would that require a permit for just replacing that small section? And then the second question I have is, does this also include all flat work? So, for example, like if we were doing asphalt or something like that, would this include that as well?
So, Councilmember Durst, the first question was the size, would it be required? And currently, under the way the ordinance is written now, it would be. There's no size restriction or limitation. So if that's the only thing going on, it would require a permit. The second part to that, it is all flat work. Again, the code currently does not limit it to just concrete or just asphalt work.
So if they were doing dirt work or anything like that, just flat dirt work is required as well?
And that would fall under grading, which has restrictions and limitations right now within our current code, and I'd have to look specifically, because I think it talks about like specifically if you're moving more than so many trucks or so many, I think, inches, but again, I would have to double check that for sure.
Okay. Did that answer your questions, Aaron?
Yes, it does. I still am supportive of this, but I'm a little concerned that there's gonna be some unintended consequences for a little bit of this, but, I don't know that we have time to just tackle it out tonight, so I would probably just say that we'll have to look at a few things at the beginning of the year.
Well, if you have concerns,
I think there's a few things that's gonna pop up, that's all.
well, if you have some concerns, Aaron, I mean, just to address them now, or at least get them out.
Well, like I said, I mean, for one, part of it is I didn't get a chance to look at some of the code, so I guess, like, part of my concern is just a small section of say, sidewalk. Would I have to go pull a permit just to replace one little section of sidewalk as it sits right now? Not including this, just as it's written before this gets passed.
And I guess it's council's pleasure, whatever you guys choose to do, but just a thought that came to my mind is you guys have the ability to amend this up, I mean, all the way to you adopt it. You could always exclude sidewalks as a whole in general, if you guys aren't concerned with that. And, you know, to me, sidewalks, you're not gonna build a sidewalk and then build over it and people not be able to cross it. So you're not gonna have that concern with utilities and different things like you would if you built that flat work that was attached to a garage and then built on top of it and things like that. So it definitely, I think, limits the concern, and it would be fairly easy in the code, the way it's written, just to put excluding sidewalks.
I mean, I kind of excluding sidewalks and maybe even driveways. You know, that stuff that's already there. It's not like they're doing like a new piece of flat work on the side of their house that who knows what the desire is down the road. But driveways and sidewalks are something that's already there, and they would be replacing simply because the chunk of sidewalk was broken up or the driveway cracked up, so they're just replacing what is there. So that would be my thought. Martinez, go ahead.
You know, I think I understand where you're coming from. When you're talking about driveways, it has to do with what's underneath that driveway, not so much the fact that you're doing some flat work, but if there's a gas line or water line, that the public knows that it's under there when they get their permit. Is that?
Yeah, I would definitely say the bigger concern is what could be potentially built on top of that. So, you know, if they're doing the driveway, most of that probably isn't going to be covered, but potentially a portion could be. But I guess the biggest thing that staff has seen, and it's not so much the driveways, but it's that they have an existing garage. And then what they do is they put like a concrete patio outside of their garage. And then next thing you know, they've built and enclosed their patio. And now that patio doesn't meet either setbacks to the property line or to the other structures. And that's where staff has seen a bigger concern, because now that they've got this flat work and they can construct something after hours or on a weekend, when we are limited in what, I mean, we try to keep eyes, but there's a lot of properties in Rollins to catch every single thing. And then after the fact, we have to go back and try to, once a complaint's made, address it at that point, where if we could get in front of it and say, okay, we requested a flat work permit to do a patio or whatever you wanna call it outside of your garage, are you going to look at building this? If you are, you have to be 10 foot from other structures or whatever from the property lines, and get that information ahead of time. Because a lot of times, it's not that people are trying to be sneaky or do their own thing, they just don't know. So that's really the biggest thing we've seen. And like I said, it's up to you
Then on
guys.
sidewalks, you got most of your sewer lines will cross the sidewalk. And in some areas, where the water is not in the alley, if it's on the street, it's gonna be going across the sidewalk.
Correct.
So I think it's important for those residents to know that those utilities are underneath there before they start repairing them. So if we did away with the sidewalk, they wouldn't know that. They would decide, oh, we're gonna fix it, it's cracked. They get a backhoe, start digging, and we're in the problems. So, I don't know what the cost is on things like that. Is it based on an area or?
For the concrete work?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would depend on the size and the thickness that you're doing.
Well, I thought flat work is just a set fee of $25.
Oh, the permit fee, yes.
Yeah, the
The
permit fee,
actual,
that's
oh,
what
I'm
I'm
sorry,
saying.
yes.
It's just about $25.
So I would actually, the fee is not currently established in our that would actually come to you guys as amendment. But I did put in this specifically that staff would just recommend a flat fee of $25, and that's really just to cover any inspection costs and for us, the paperwork to prepare it in that time. 'Cause it's definitely not staff's intention to turn this into a moneymaker or anything like that. The 25 would just to kind of break even cost. And that's the cost for like curbing gutters, so that's why we said that's what we would propose. But that would, if this passes, have to still come to you guys for final approval.
We have a question from the audience out there.
Mayor and Council, I just want to address this also, just so everybody's aware, there's nothing illegal, and I brought this to you guys' attention. There's nothing illegal to build over any utility lines, right, within that area. There's a deal called a one call. If you are removing any kind of dirt or soil or anything, you're required by law to have a one call done, okay? And that is where they come out and mark any utility lines. So as far as building over utility lines, I want to appreciate you, Mr. Martinez, for acknowledging that, right? Because flat work is done over utility lines all the time. The city pours sidewalks over utility lines, water lines, sewer lines all the time. So for residents to have a permit, right, for any flat work done, that would mean if I was gonna put a paver patio in my backyard, I have to have a permit, right? It's not, I don't believe it's acceptable at that point in time or needed. I honestly think the public really needs to know and understand that building anything over any utility lines, they accept any and all liability and cost associated with any repairs done with that, right? I understand people building structures, right, on top of pads, you know. I totally understand that, and that does happen. But I believe that could fall back also on the assessor's office type stuff too, right? They do a visual inspection. They should do a visual inspection. They should know what additions were added. They do randoms, inspections like that, and they should see that and be able to report that back to the city code enforcement or the inspectors, right? So they have that knowledge that that structure was built, right? Also with that is, council addressed 7 or 8 positions, right, that would like to be approved. And then the last meeting, they said, we'd like to have the new council coming in, look at this, see what's needed, budgeted wise and everything else. I would like to point the fact out that with more inspections, we already have, 1.5 pretty much code enforcement, or inspectors, right? We have Lou Listano and Ariel doing like part-time type inspections, I believe. So that's gonna force, with the inspections, that's gonna force another full-time inspector position. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. that a $25 fee will not cover a salary with benefit package and everything else to cover that inspector's fee or salary, you see. So I think there's a lot more discussion, honestly, that needs to be done with this, and not a lot more thought process. And I appreciate you guys, you know, just thinking about that and taking all that into consideration.
Thank you. Terry, did you have a question?
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, I did. I was here at the second reading, and it was actually a second voting because nobody read it. I haven't read the ordinance, to be quite honest with you. And since this is the third reading, I would like to have it actually read, what you're voting on.
Okay. Danielle, could you read that for us?
Yes. Let me get to the right spot here, I apologize. So we would add flat work and I guess it's under permits required. And it says flat work including but not limited to platforms, walks, and driveways.
That's it?
Yes,
That's the addition.
that's the addition, yes.
Do you want the whole ordinance?
Well, that part don't make much sense.
So it's under the section permits required, and then that's listed as item 6.
Okay.
So the things above that are things like erect, construct, enlarge, alter, repair, remove, demolish a building, installation, alter, repair, replacement, or remodel, installation, alteration, repair, remodel any mechanical systems, any electrical systems, erect, re-erect, construct, alter, maintain a sign or sign structure, and then 6, flat work including but not limited to platforms, walks, and driveways.
So the only thing, this is these permits are already, in effect, so all we're doing is adding the one, simply states the flat work, including but not limited to platforms, walks, and driveways. So it's just adding that one line to the process.
Thank you.
Also, I'd like to ask this also. It says right here, section 15.12.010 required. On section A right there, before it goes into 1 through 6, where flat work is including but not limited to the platforms, walkways, and driveways, it says it is unlawful for any person, a firm, or corporation to perform any of the following kinds of work or activities or cause the same to be done without first obtaining a separate permit for each separate building or structure. So is that saying that no matter what, you have to pull a permit for each individual build? So if you pour a foundation or a flat work pad, you have to pull a permit for that and then a structure permit? Or is that an option you have?
Hold on. I'd like to just keep it to what we're actually voting on tonight. The other parts in that, we're not talking about that, we're not voting on that. So I'd rather keep it to the action item that's at hand.
No, and I understand that is to the action item at hand, because it was brought forth about taking a small section of sidewalk out and just including it into a permit. So it is an action at hand that you're voting on, because you're already saying you're gonna waive this permit fee where it says it's required for each of these permits. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But it says for each separate building or structure. It's not saying a separate permit for each task is required.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do you have the option or availability just to say, you can pull this permit, it's gonna include all these, where then you're waiving that $25 fee ultimately that was gonna be charged? Or does someone go and pull a $25 flat work permit fee, and then, you see what I'm saying? Because sometimes things are done in stages. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so like people have the ability to pull a foundation and then to pull a new construction, but that to me is what it's saying is that if I'm building a new home, I can come pull a permit for that new home, which will include the foundation, it'll include the plumbing, it's going to include the electrical, it'll include the gas line inspection, it's going to include the roof. All of that is part of that new construction. Now, if I want to build a new home and a new garage, I need to have a permit for the new construction of the home and a separate different permit for the garage, because it's gonna have different setbacks, it's gonna have different inspections, because the way that reads, it's separate permit for each building or structure.
But there is no required setbacks, correct, for flat work? You can build a sidewalk right on your property line.
So for flat work, no, but if they build on top of it, there would be, yes.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
understand that.
but for flat work, no.
Does that answer your questions then?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions for Danielle? Okay, if there's no questions or objections, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Mr. Mayor, point of order, it was my motion, and I was thinking when you were talking and you brought it up, before we vote, I would like to amend it that it doesn't include sidewalk.
I believe everybody's voted, but you.
Oh, did we already vote?
It's
It
open,
was pulled up.
it's open.
It's open, I mean.
I would
voted
ask
already.
for attorney clarification on.
Shoot.
Did you call for the question?
I was
Yeah,
trying to
well, I didn't call for
separate
the
it.
question, I did, open online voting.
So, before you're voting on the motion, before she completes it, if you want to change your vote, you can do that and then proceed.
I guess I was thinking about it, about the different parts of it, and I agree with you on the flat work on the driveways and patio decks and things of that nature, but on the sidewalk, I'm having a problem with that, because I think that's something that was taken away from people wanting to just go ahead and remove their sidewalk and fix it. I know I did, in my house when I bought it.
So if the current motion fails, then you can reintroduce the motion in a second.
Okay. Yes, it tells them. Okay.
That would be my reason why I would. I'm not opposed to the ordinance, it's just a portion of the sidewalk, and you mentioned that maybe that's something that we need to address.
So we can change our vote, right? So.
It appears that you can change your vote, yes.
Okay.
But online voting is
Be able
still,
to vote for the second thing.
yes.
So everybody has the opportunity to change the vote if they like, that's their choice. And depending on the outcome of that vote will determine if it passes or can be.
I apologize for doing that, but I was thinking of that portion of it.
Okay.
Every council member is satisfied. I can close online voting, correct?
Yes, if everybody's voted, then we can close online voting.
The motion fails with council members Espinoza, Martinez, and Wells voting nay.
Okay. So with that failing, then can a new motion be made now?
A new motion can be made from the floor as long as it's seconded.
Okay. So would somebody like to make a new motion?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll make a motion to approve on third and final reading, waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rollins Municipal Code 1512 flat work permits and exclude sidewalks from the ordinance.
Okay. Can you get a second? Chair Wells, second that?
Mr. Mayor, can you read the motion? I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing that.
We'll have Myra read that as soon as she gets it put in there real quick.
The motion reads, move to approve on third and final reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rollins Municipal Code 15.12 flat work permits and exclude sidewalks from the ordinance.
You hear that, Aaron?
No, can you please repeat it?
Yes. Move to approve on third and final reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rollins Municipal Code 15.12, flat work permits, and exclude sidewalks from the ordinance.
Aaron, it reads exactly the same with the addition at the end to exclude sidewalks from the ordinance.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Danielle, Myra. Okay, if there's no objections to that, motion or discussion, we'll open online voting, please. Oh, go ahead.
Just have one question. If you're gonna do the sidewalks, can you do driveways too, for if they need repair, for the same reason, or exclude them as well? And maybe, flat work for like, people like put I was thinking like for gardens and stuff, you know, little walkways, exclude those as well.
So the people making the motion would have to amend their motion to add that if they wanted to do that.
So, also, I don't believe pavers would be considered flat work, it would be under landscaping, which would not require a permit.
Okay. So, would you like to amend your motion or leave it as it stands, Councilmember Martinez?
I'll leave mine as it stands.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Go ahead and open online voting then, please.
The motion carries with 5 yeas and Councilmember Sanger voting nay.
Okay. Now we'll move on down to a bid award, Public Works Streets dump truck with plow and sander. Can we get a motion? Councilman Sanger?
I move to award the street dump truck with plow and sander to Floyd's Truck Center with Ameritech equipment in the amount of $181,245, less a trade-in of $12,500, for a total of $168,745.
Can we get a second? Councilwoman Wells? Councilwoman Wells already beat you, Louis.
Okay.
Danielle, you want to fill us in on this one?
Yes, honorable council and mayor, I wanted to thank you guys for letting me bring this back to you as I was not prepared at the last meeting. So I did fully review all of the bids. I am recommending to Floyd's rather than Peterbilt, which is the last bid that we had recommended. Floyd's was the highest bid, but we are counting them as the lowest qualified bid. As previously stated at the last meeting, Floyd's submitted 2 bids, one with Coyce equipment and one with Ameritech, and then Peterbilt also submitted a bid. Floyd's with the Coyce equipment didn't meet on numerous things, and then there was a couple items that they didn't identify if it would meet or not, and said unsure, so we kicked them out. And then Peterbilt did indicate a 350 horsepower, we requested a 370. I did talk to them, and they can manually adjust the 20 horsepower, however, in their bid documents, they submitted 350 and then said they could change it after the fact. So due to that, we are recommending Floyd's. This is with Ameritech. This is still under budget by a pretty good amount of money. So there's no concerns there. And if you guys have questions, I will try to answer them.
I have a question for legal department. Is there a problem with any of this, Amy, with changing from last time to this time and so forth?
No, clearly the review of the bid specifications do indicate the change in horsepower, that it was non-responsive in that section. So in this instance, the lowest non-responsive bidder is who she's recommending tonight, and that would be correct. We did not entertain any additions or deletions to those bid documents, even though they indicated they could manually adjust that horsepower. So we were bound by what was submitted, and what's before you is a recommendation for the lowest responsive bidder.
Okay. Any other questions for Danielle? Okay. Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
The motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to new business. The first item is the approval of payroll. Councilman Sanger.
I move to approve the November 22nd, 2020 through December 5th, 2020 payroll register for $286,524.60.
Can we get a second? Councilman Wells.
Second.
Jacqueline beat you again. All right, so we have a first and a second to approve the payroll. Is there any questions or objections to that motion that was made? Okay, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
The motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now move on down to accounts payable. We need a motion for that. Councilman Wells.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of November 21st, 2020 to December 11th, 2020 in the amount of $1,815,380 or $813,389.54.
Okay, can we get a second?
Second.
All right, so we got you on the second, Louis. So we've got a first and a second, the accounts payable. Is there any objections or questions to that motion? Okay, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
The motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now move on down to the approval of the municipal solid waste annual haulers license. Councilman Sanger.
I move to approve Dirty Boys Inc. and Wyoming Waste Connections Inc. municipal solid waste hauler licenses for the licensing period of January 1st through December 31st, 2021.
Second. Okay, we have a first and a second. Danielle, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I'm actually just kind of filling in, so I'm here if you guys have questions. I did want to just notate that staff had no concerns. However, Mr. Bruce Levin with Wyoming Waste is here and I believe would like to address the council on this matter, so I'll let him approach and just kind of hang out if you need me.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for having me here this evening. I had a couple of things to address. I just received a letter on November 17th from you folks about a new policy of locking commercial dumpsters. There's a lot, it's a very, it's a great idea, but there wasn't a lot put into what you guys, this can entail. It's a $50,000 venture for me. I don't think it's such a great time to have the customer paying $50,000 or $200, $150 for something that hasn't been educated to the people. We're moving forward. I work with Brian and Danielle on moving forward. We've been putting them out as we buy new containers, we put them out. But there's a lot of education that comes with this. That I think that, we're just asking you to be patient with us. Since we just got the notification, the finalization, that we are going to start moving forward and putting these containers together. But number one, who's going to pay for it? And number two, how are you going to educate them? You can't just lock an apartment building's container up and give out 100 keys. It's not going to work. Or a customer setting up to who's going to pay when we show up to go service it and it's locked. And we have to come back and get it. There's a lot of education that goes into that, something like this. And so I just want to let you guys know that Wyoming Waste is moving forward with you guys' new rules and regulations, but please be patient, and I'll be working with Brian and Danielle on trying to educate the people. Bag your trash. There's so many things that go into this that I want you guys to just know that. And how do I pass on? I'm asking you guys, how do I pass on this $50,000-$60,000 item to the public?
So, did you receive a letter back when this ordinance was?
Nope. November 17th, 2020 is the first letter that I received.
Because I do believe at the discussions, there was a representative from your company in the room. time.
I've been a driver, no representative. I am the representative for Wyoming Waste in Wyoming. I did know, now, I won't say that I didn't hear about it, but there was no teeth to it. No one kind of said a time frame on this. No one, the former city administrator did let me know, hey, we're gonna be working on this. Start putting them out, and we'll let you know, and that was all I heard.
Okay, so, got a bunch of hands up. Let's see. Did Danielle, and maybe Amy can answer, did we or did we not send out a notification letter to the haulers, letting them know that this was put into effect?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer that. I was not really super involved in the process when that was amended. Attached in the, on board docs is the November 17th letter that was mailed this year, but
Right,
as to what happened previously, I apologize, I can't answer.
Okay. We have a question out here in the audience first. Go ahead, Pat.
I'm representing Dirty Boys for Rose King, and I can tell you that discussion happened over a year ago in this very chamber, and this gentleman was here, and I refute the assertion that he knew nothing about it, because he had a conversation with Miss King out here discussing this whole thing. Now, Dirty Boys has complied. They went over this last year getting that taken care of. Now, Wyoming Waste is saying, I didn't know about it till November. I call BS.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You
No,
just
I
said
meant- I
right
said
now.
that I was told.
No,
aware of
you were right
Hold on,
here.
Pat. Just settle down.
Mr. Nick, or
I understand what you say.
What I'm saying is, Dirty Boys complied.
and we are.
And now you're saying, give me more time? That's
That's what I'm
unfair.
asking.
That's unfair. You have been given over and over the last couple of years with Dirty Boys. Dirty Boys has had to comply with everything, and you've been given time and time to meet those standards. That's unfair.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Pat. Jacqueline, go ahead.
I guess I'm a little confused. I just assumed this was a locking bar that just latches over. It's nothing that needs a key.
It's exactly
For
it.
people?
They can be locked over, but they're not gonna necessarily stay up. It's a system that, there's gravity fed systems, okay, and then there's an actual system that you lock with a key. Both of them are locking keys. One of them, when the truck goes up, you don't have to unlock it. That's where it's an expensive system. There's another one that you just kind of flop up, it kind of holds it there. But if the lids move or someone pushes and it opens it and it doesn't close it, it doesn't serve any purpose.
Councilman Martinez, you had a question?
No,
Okay.
And Steve, Mr. Mayor, I acknowledge that, yes, I talked to Rose about if they did this, but at that time, it was talked about. I was not here when any vote was taken.
You were here.
Well, that's.
I was
not
at the very same
true.
meeting.
I remember outside standing and talking to Rose,
Okay.
but you guys were talking about it. And the old city administrator came to me and says, they voted on it, but I don't know, they're gonna give time. Well, on November 17th, they got a letter that says it's time. So I'm just saying, we move forward. Every new container that we purchased has a locking bar system on it. You'll see any new blue containers that are moving out, I'm moving away from gray. We're in blue, they're all there. I've talked to code enforcement, Brian, and going forward, anything that's addressed, if we see a problem, we'll get kicked it out, be the first one handled. The problem that we have is, first off, I can't send people from other directions to put it in. We have very limited staff to do that, and then there is a monetary value to it. So as I've been purchasing these locking bars, we've been putting a few on, but until the 17th, I didn't realize that as of the 1st, it was now, going to be enforced. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't want to or not, and we are. I do admit that, and it's like you said, it was talked about, but there wasn't, you guys hadn't voted on it. I haven't been here in a year.
Okay. We have another question from the audience, Terry.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I would just like to point out that this is an ordinance. And if you're going 90 miles an hour down the highway and you didn't know it wasn't 90, you would still get a ticket. The ordinance has been there for a year. It was my understanding that the city gave the haulers a year to comply. I know that both companies knew about it. I know for a fact, because the same thing, I was kind of at that meeting.
about it.
I was at that meeting. It was my understanding that there was a deadline given. You have 1 year to comply, which is a long time. I know what these locking bars are. I've made 145 of them for Dirty Boys. I'm gonna make 50 more so they have a reserve supply. They are expensive. Dirty Boys paid for theirs. But let's go back to why is this ordinance even here? It isn't so that we can have garbage haulers fighting amongst themselves or whatever. It's because our town looks like terrible and it's full of trash. And that ordinance came forward because it was recognized that a lot of the trash in our town was coming from commercial dumpsters that didn't have, that the wind would blow the lids open and so forth, and so there needed to be a locking bar flip up over those lids. I've made them. I've had actually employees from this gentleman's company come to me and ask me, would you make them for our company? I'll talk to my boss about it. And I said, certainly, as soon as I'm done with Dirty Boys. And because I am a freelance person, but you know, the fact of the matter is that is an ordinance. If you don't want to enforce it, then change the ordinance. If the rule don't work for you, change the rule. But you're gonna have a lot more trash in town, so as a council, I hope you'll do the right thing and award the company that did it right by letting them continue to do business. And maybe if you get, you know, if you're not gonna put locking bars on, maybe a couple thousand hours of volunteer trash pickup would suffice until you got them on or something. But just to have you say, oh, you didn't know about it, it's an ordinance and it's been there for a year. You're in the business. You should have known.
Exactly.
Do we have a date, Amy, or when that ordinance was passed? Looking back last November, and I don't see nothing yet.
I ran a story on October 1st, 2019,
Okay.
but I don't know how close that gets you.
You said October 4th is when you ran a story?
October
And
1st,
you
2019.
were here, not for that.
Yes, you were.
But I talked
Yes,
to
you
Rose
were.
about something
You were
else.
here. Yes, you were.
Give us a minute here, I'm trying to look this up. Maybe October 1st. Yeah.
I found it. So it looks like, third and final reading. Oh, wait. Hold on. Word docs is weird on my iPad, I'm sorry. It's like jumping back and forth. I think it was October 5th, but I lost it, of course. I'm not.
What title was that?
I'm sorry. It's 8.08.
Title 8? Under health and safety?
Yes.
So the third and finals was on September 17th.
Does it indicate when it was published?
I don't see it, but so on September 17th, the motion was to move to postpone the meeting, the third meeting to the next meeting. So that would take it up to September or October 1st.
Yeah, so it looks like first reading was held July 16th, 2019. Public hearing and second reading was held September 3rd. So there was a separation. I believe there were a number of workshops to discuss those changes in between. And then third reading was September 17th, 2019. The ordinance ordinance would have been effective on publication date. And
So that, on September 17th, it was moved, it was postponed to the October 1st meeting for third and final.
so then the October would be the date, and then on publication would be the date of enforcement, unless the council took official action to change that enforcement date. So that's another outstanding issue. I don't.
So I guess the question lies, I guess now in a legal situation. When we approve that, it doesn't sound like we sent out notification letters, which I don't know if we're required to or not, or they just have to be.
Be in compliance
They
based
have to
on
be
the-
in compliance.
based on the municipal code. That was made perfectly clear in the workshops that you had. I think you had 2 or 3 of them that we were in attendance. And that is why Dirty Boys took that action to go ahead and take care of that, because it was discussed that you had essentially 1 year to comply. Dirty Boys complied, Wyoming Waste did not. And this is not the first time they haven't complied.
Right, so I guess now we gotta look for something that, where we have it written, that they have 1 year to comply.
So what I believe occurred is that the council discussed providing both haulers with 1 year of compliance based upon the retrofitting of those bins. I don't believe you actually took official action. I think it was just discussed in the council meeting that that's what the council had perceived. You have to treat them both the same. They're both similarly situated. So you can't treat one better or one worse. You have to treat them both the same. In this instance, what's before the council was adopted last October. They've had over a year, both haulers have had over a year to gain compliance. Does this council feel that was sufficient time for both of them to gain compliance? And then if so, then it falls on to code enforcement on that date that you guys previously announced to start with their education and enforcement.
And I think it was one of the workshops that was brought up as to, how long would it take to get there,
Yes.
to get them to put those in. I think that was discussed.
Yeah, and I think, we gave them a year, and you're exactly right, Amy. I mean, we gave them a year, and we've got to stand behind that. Yeah, they've had over a year at this point right now. So both haulers have to be treated the same. So I mean, you've got to either be in compliance or you're not.
No, we'll be in compliance, I'm gonna tell you the truth, I just asked, I guess there was a driver was here, one of my drivers was here.
Yep.
But that was during the workshop, not during any ordinance or anything like that, that was a third reading or a first reading, and I was not here for a first, or I might have been here for.
It's your company, you should.
Yeah,
be involved in
it
it.
usually doesn't matter.
I understand what you're saying, and we will comply with that, I have just worked with Brian to keep moving forward, and I just, part of the problem is education, and I'm really worried about how we set this up, and so I guess more than anything else, how do we set it up?
We can't instruct you on how to set it up with your business, it's your company. We've implemented an ordinance that we expect the haulers to conform to. How you conform to that is on your own. I mean, I hate to be
I'm
so-
asking you, how do I educate your constituents? I'm giving them keys, locking bars, I mean.
Well,
You don't have to give.
You don't have to.
You just put the bar on, which is what the
But
Dirty Boys has done.
We have automated systems, different.
So does Dirty Boys.
That unlocks the bar when it goes over the air.
No, the bar is made and engineered such that when it's lifted up, the bar
That's what
unlocks.
I'm saying. It's
It dumps in the top of the truck.
Well,
It sets
And
back
I guess
down.
that's up to you and however, you do your business. I mean, if you've got to pass on costs and that's what you got to do is pass on costs. It's nothing that we're in control of. The ordinance stands that you have to be in compliance within a year. And if not, then it's up to the code enforcement officer to do what he feels he needs to do.
I think they ought to be suspended until they do become compliant. That's only fair. And why I'm saying that is because through this entire thing, flow control, et cetera, Dirty Boys has been in compliance with every request from this council, every request. Wyoming Waste has been given time and alternatives to do stuff that has basically It's an unfair advantage to Wyoming Waste.
And I hear what you're saying, Pat. I guess at this point right now, what we're hearing the conversation going on here, until a citation or an issue's been made to where it gets brought to the council with a suggestion that some actions need to be taken, that's at a future date. Tonight, we're agreeing that they need to be in compliance just as Dirty Boys is.
And the letter does state January, so.
See?
What was the ramifications that was put in place for this if the haulers didn't comply?
They didn't get a license.
Yes, they were not allowed to pick up trash. That was the whole idea. That's what this is about.
Yeah,
That
no,
both
no.
haulers get their license.
I understand that, I'm
Like-
just asking what ramifications are, what's the fine and penalty, is there a suspension of the license and stuff like
It's a
that?
7-day, well, what I was informed, there's a 7-day compliance code on when Brian, would make that.
When Brian gives a warning, they have 7 days.
7 days to comply.
Back into compliance.
But that's a different issue than what you're discussing here.
What we're
We're
discussing,
discussing here whether they get a license or not.
Yes.
That, whether they're in compliance to allow you to vote yes on a license. And they're not in compliance,
well,
therefore they
Should forfeit
should-
that license
they
until
should
they
have to
become
become-
compliant.
come in compliant, then get their license back.
It's
at this point right now, we don't, I believe they're in compliance on some. We don't know if they're in compliance on some, two, all, or what. There's been no actions taken to tell the council that they're not in compliance.
He just said it.
Yeah, he just told you he was not compliant.
Compliance don't have to take place until January first before they send that letter.
Right.
So, they, yeah, 15 more days going on.
Well, from what I can gather, he's not gonna be able to do that in 15 days.
And when the date on the letter comes time, at that point in time is when the code enforcement officer will check those, and if he's not in compliance, then that's when
You can suspend his license.
Yeah,
at
and
that
I
point.
certainly understand that concept, but also to address the issue, that's not the council's determination to tell you how to run your business.
That wasn't what I
And
was.
one of the things I will say, if you can't figure that out, maybe you shouldn't be in business. You know, Dirty Boys incurred the cost to do that, so should you. And how you put that out to your customers is your business.
That was.
But I'll tell you, it's very frustrating that Dirty Boys has had to comply with every request that this council has asked, and Wyoming Waste has not.
Well-
There's 13 containers I counted years today don't have locking bars, so you wanna go there?
So let's not have an argument or debate about that. I understand what you're saying, Pat.
I agree.
It agrees that, or the letter states they have until January. At that date, we'll see what happens then. We plan on upholding an ordinance that we put into place. They are allowed the same amount of time. I condemn you if your company is completely up to code already, then that's great. And I hope that you guys can come within compliance in time as well.
We're working on it. I just was hoping to get a little more time as far as we'll be working on the first customers as Brian works with us. And that's how I want to approach you guys tonight with that, is that we are doing it.
I appreciate that, but we can't treat you any different than the other.
Well, I'm right, and I wanted to explain to you why we were not getting there is because I didn't understand, the ordinance said a locking bar. To me, a locking bar means a locking bar with a lock. So I'm trying to figure out how do I go to my customers, my apartments and say, okay, you guys gotta lock this. You gotta put a lock on it, and how we can do the keys. How we bag the stuff, how we make sure that it was an education, what kind of system you need on there for your particular location. We've been doing that with some of our customers, but we've been working, I called Danielle on enclosures. There's nothing to it was a very vague, to me, it was a very vague thing that I got on the 17th, which I had received on the 17th, a certified letter. It was very vague of, does an enclosure, how do we get the hotels to comply when they're in an enclosure? What were the parameters to that? I believe that Danielle came to me with some things at Brian, because no one knew exactly what was an enclosure considered locked.
Right. I understand where you're coming from, and like I said, it's been a year, we've given more than a year for people to come into compliance with this, and And I do know there was a representative there, maybe a driver or not, but she stated that she was representative for Wyoming Waste, so if she didn't come back and tell you guys what was discussed.
She just said they were in the work session, and her comment to me, and this is the thing, is that they're going to do this ordinance. And then I didn't really, I've got a lot of other things, but we were starting to do
And
it.
it sounds
We knew
like-
it was coming into play, we just didn't know when.
And it sounds like the past, city manager may have contacted you and let you know.
Yes, he did, Scott told me that it was, you guys were voting on it in a couple of days, and he let me know, and then whatever happened, happened. So, but I will get in compliance with it, and we'll be working, we might be after the first, I'll be real honest, but we will be continuing to go forward, and anytime Brian comes to us with a complaint, we'll be answering.
Eric?
Could I make a suggestion possibly, Mr. Mayor and Council, that to give this gentleman all due chances that this vote take place, can you postpone it 1 month and give him an extra month to come in compliance? Because I'd like to see him come in compliance before you give him this license, seeing that there's, 14 more days? So I would like to see you table this license thing until the next meeting.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I think I prefer to move forward with where it's at. And if he does not come into compliance, then it'll come back up before us to suspend his license or something at that point. At this point, right now, there's no reason to postpone it, other than the thought that he may not be in compliance or to give more time.
Well, just to be gentlemanly about it and give him more time.
I understand that, but I think.
Because if he's not in compliance when the next meeting comes, then the poor next council will have to
Make a decision to suspend.
make a tougher decision.
Right.
Even make a tougher decision. This will give him some time. And it's the right way to do it. If you want to give him more time, put it at the next meeting. That's all I gotta say.
It would be the January, and that's what I'm saying. But I guess I don't feel the need to postpone it, but that'd be whoever made the motion. If they wanted to amend their motion, the second one to agree with it. But I feel that we have a motion on the floor. They're in compliance now. What we're voting on is, do they deserve a license today or not? And in my opinion, they do. In a month from now, if they're not in compliance, then it needs to be suspended, but that would be up to the actions of the council at that time of what transpires. If any of the council disagrees, they can, but otherwise I would call for the question and vote. Councilor Martinez?
Terry, I agree with what you're saying. This gentleman, in January, if he's not in compliance, somebody's gonna let him know. He has the right to come before this council again and ask for an extension. We, as a council, you'll be on it then, we'll be able to make that kind of decision. That's not really a hard decision to make, I don't think.
Not a hard one
If he's
for me.
got most of it done, he's got most of it done, and
Most of it.
most of
What's
it-
your numbers?
I don't know.
So he's got a third of how many?
Well, I've already called for the question, so Myra, could you open up my voting, please? So Louis says yes, verbally.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay. Now we'll move on down to item D, the approval of renewal of the bingo / polecat gaming license for the calendar year 2021. Councilman Sanger?
I move to approve the renewal of the gaming full-time license for BPO Elks Lodge number 609 for the licensing period of January 1st to December 31st, 2021.
Okay, can I get a second? Councilwoman Wells seconds. Is there any objections to that motion that was made? Or questions? Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move on down to a resolution designating 3 24-hour operation dates to liquor dealers for 2021. Can we get a motion? Councilman Sanger?
I move to approve the resolution permitting liquor dealers to operate for a period of 24 hours pursuant to Wyoming Statute 12-5-101C and Rollins Municipal Code Section 5.08.400C as number 1, March 13th, 2021, Saturday prior to St. Patrick's Day. Number 2, August 7th, 2021, first Saturday night of Fair Week. And number 3, October 30th, 2021, which is Halloween.
All right, can we get a second?
Second.
All right, we got a first and a second. You're getting quicker there, Louis. Chief, would you like to fill us in on anything?
I would, Honorable Mayor and Council. In the past, it's usually 4 days that the liquor licenses request. However, because New Year's Eve this year is usually it's always this meeting before that we do the 4 days. And it's always New Year's Eve is the first one. Well, New Year's Eve falls under the COVID public health orders from the state that no bars can be open past 10 p.m. until January 8th, 2021. So we took that one off.
Okay.
So that's why we provided the March 13th, August 7th, and October 30th dates that Vice Mayor Sanger read earlier. Also, we put a caveat on here because we still don't know how long this COVID pandemic is going to continue. So we did put the following dates may be subject to change or cancellation depending on future COVID-19 state of Wyoming public health orders.
Okay.
So,
good plan.
just in case, that way we don't have to come back every time to put minutes in front of council. We put that in there that way if the health orders continue and the bars can stay open, they keep falling off until hopefully the pandemic's over.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any questions for Troy?
One more thing, I know it's always asked how these nights go for enforcement purposes. Just to let you know, we haven't had any major concerns in the last few years because most of the time the bars don't even stay open all the 24 hours. So it just gives them an opportunity to do so. A lot of them choose not to do so.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. If there's no further questions or objections to that motion, we'll open online voting. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move on down to item F, a resolution authorizing 2 municipality half-day holiday closures. Can we get a motion? Councilwoman Wells?
I move to approve a resolution authorizing 2 half-day closures beginning at 12 p.m. on both December 24th, 2020 and December 31st, 2020.
I'll second. Okay, we have a first and a second. Sean, would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, this would, I think this is a great way to recognize the hard work of our city employees. Today was a good example of that, of seeing how everyone came together to get that COVID grant done. And I think this is a great time to, where the city, there's not a lot of business going on during these times. I think it's an appropriate time to give that time for them to be with their families.
Okay, yeah, I agree, 100%. Is there any questions in regards to that? Or any objections? Okay, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay, now move on down to item G, a resolution authorizing the city manager to restructure Public Works Department by adding one new FTE position and amend pay scale for existing Public Works director. Can I get a motion? Councilman Singer?
I move to authorize the city manager to restructure the Public Works Department by adding one new FTE position and amending the pay scale for the existing Public Works Director for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 in accordance with Wyoming State Statute 15-4-202B, hereby amending the 2020 to 2021 City of Rollins pay plan.
Okay. Can I get a second? Councilman Wells, second that. Stephanie?
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for the chance to talk to you tonight. I just want to reiterate what we talked about earlier in our work session, that to me, the employees are our greatest resource. They are important in our city, and I just wanted to say that up front, that this resolution that we're talking about really is for them. That's something that's really needed in our community and in our city. So I do appreciate, I do thank you for letting me speak tonight on this resolution, and I know that we brought it up last time, and a lot of you may be surprised that it's up again today. But I wanted to express that some things have changed in the last 2 weeks. And we really, really, really are at a critical time for our Public Works Department, which is why this is brought up again. The timing is really, really important. So I just wanted to address for just a few minutes about kind of the background of what why this resolution has come to be, where it came from. We're kind of at a pivotal point right now in our Public Works Department. I know some of you may read the newspaper or be on social media. We have a lot of positions open within the city, a lot of positions. Right now, you'll see on our website, we have 6 open, not even positions, there's several within those, but 10 open positions there on our website. 6 of those are in Public Works right now. And a lot of those are in our leadership positions. We've had a lot of retirements, we've had a lot of people move, and we really, really need to focus on our employees and developing those employees. And this resolution talks about, or speaks a lot to, giving the opportunity for a department head to develop those employees and to have the time to spend focusing on them and building that leadership so that in the future we can have those individuals who can know how to supervise and how to lead and how to manage. And that's really important to have a director or a department head who can do that. We have absolutely fantastic employees in that department and throughout the city. And I just want to reiterate to you that I just see that they have a need right now for time spent and spent developing them. Like I said, they're great people. Since I joined, on the flip side, since I joined the city 6.5 months ago, I've had the opportunity to sit in council meeting almost every time and to watch what's been presented, what's been brought before you. And it's interesting to me, one thing that has come out to me is that the vast majority of projects or things that are brought to your attention are discussed through one individual. I don't know if you've noticed, our operations manager is the person that brings so many things to your attention. And I think that we are, although she's wonderful and she does an absolute fabulous job, I think that we are putting ourselves in a situation where we're putting so much on her. And if something ever happened to her, or whether it be good or bad, whether she decides to move on or whether something happens, we are putting ourselves in a really scary spot, really literally, and it really concerns me. And so that in and of itself, I think should concern council, that we need to be able to spread that out to more people. so that we have those, that experience and that knowledge spread out, so that we can provide that information to you better. So I think it's best, in the best interest of the city, to divide that responsibility. Currently, our Public Works Department exists at double the size of every other department within our city. By dividing it in two, we equalize that. It makes it easier for that individual to spend the time with developing those employees. It also, in addition, allows the opportunity for those department heads in each of those departments to be able to spend more time developing or learning more about those projects, that I think that they would be able to provide more detailed information for council, thus allowing you to make better decisions. To me, it's just a win-win. But I would just like to encourage you to really consider this, doing this tonight.
So, a couple questions I have with that is, what's the effect of the budget? What is this gonna cost us? Okay.
Thank you. That's what, Jody and I met to discuss this very question that you had. We came up with 5 different options to make this happen. I think the first one would be a great option. Currently, we have a vacant position of a utilities superintendent. We could hold that position and then hire this other position. We could do that. No impact to budget. A second thing that could be done is, if Danielle were to apply for this position and get this position, we can close her current position, no impact to the budget practically. So there's 2 super realistic ways to do it. Other ideas that I don't like as much but are still options would be the budget for the roads is $1 million right now. We could decrease that a little bit to be able to afford a position. So I don't like that as much because we need roads, right? I'm just saying it's an option. We have a really high contingency in our water fund, $1.4 million. I don't understand why that's so high. Typically that is far less. So we could decrease the contingency to be able to afford the position. And then my least favorite idea would be the grant money that we just received. Eventually that will go into our cash reserves. We could, and especially don't like this one because it's one-time funding, but it could support a position for about 21 years basically. So, but I just wanted you to know, we carefully looked at this. There are definitely some realistic options to make it work.
So I guess I got a couple questions. So the first one is, the first one you talked about, the first option would be not filling the utility position, but what does that do to us down the road with not filling that utility person?
So right now we have 2 4-persons over that area that the utility superintendent has historically been over. The 2 4-persons can work together and get that work done.
So it wouldn't be an overload on them? On the 2?
Well, Danielle can speak to that, to the very best, if you'd like.
Well, because that'd be my question. If we don't fill that position, then are we fixing one overload and creating another overload somewhere else?
So I think that's probably a little bit hard to answer, but I guess I would go back to, if it's split to the 2 divisions, that's about 20 people per division. So that Public Works Department head would actually have more time to allocate to the utilities treatment to those specific divisions and offer a lot more help. Where right now, the Public Works Director is over actually 9 divisions. So it just limits, there's just more resources there.
Okay. Then the next question is, what happens if Danielle doesn't apply?
I am going to apply. I'll have to go through the process like anybody else would. So obviously the position's not guaranteed. I do have to apply, but I do have every intention of applying. I would like to continue my employment with the city. I really enjoy my job. I care a lot about the employees, and I think this is a good solution. One of the things that I'm super passionate about is working with the employees and developing them, because I want people working below me that are smarter and make me look really good. So if it's a smaller group, I can do that and do the thing that I'm passionate about. So I do intend on applying, but again, I know I have to go through the same process as everyone else.
Just to clarify, this is not your job. So we're clear. You can talk to him.
So one thing that I'm concerned about as you move on down to your other options there is, taking the money out of here for their, the water fund. I would strongly suggest to stay away from those. Those were there for a reason, so that we made sure that no matter what happened, there was enough money in those funds. And I'd hate to earmark that money to start covering additional employee costs. And the same with the COVID money that you just received. I surely want to earmark that strictly to cover employee costs. I think those monies are needed and deserved elsewhere in our community. So, I would look more towards your first two options, is my opinion.
Yes.
Jacqueline, you had a question?
Which of the two do you see as a better fit?
I think Danielle explained that actually super well. If we don't hire the utility superintendent and we split this off, then the public works director has a lot more time to help supervise those positions. So it frees them up a lot more to help. At least if possible.
So are you saying on one of them that we won't have an operations manager, we will have a public works director? Is that what you're saying on one of them?
Yeah.
Offset one of them?
Yeah. So if
And that's your first option, right?
the first option would be to not hire the utilities superintendent, which frees up money to be able to hire a community development director. That's the first option. And then the second option is, we know Danielle would like to apply for the position. If she were successful in getting the position, then we could close her position and be able to afford the new one.
Councilman Sam?
My concern here is that we're going to be putting into motion something that's going to affect the city for a very long period of time. And we're going to do that now and then have less than a month later an entire different council sitting here. And I think that that's not the best way for us to handle this particular thing. Though I agree with the importance of it, I don't think that we should be tying the hands of the council, because once they're employees, they're not under our control anymore. They're then under control of the city manager at that particular point. And I don't want to do a disservice to the people who are coming in that may have a different opinion about this particular issue. There are a number of positions that they're looking to add as we go along here. And like I said, I believe in the importance of it, but I don't want to tie someone else's hands by my decision about that. When they're going to have to look at budgets from here on out for another 4 years that may not be as stable as we are now. And that worries me. So I have a concern about that.
So option number 1 and 2 is basically
a push.
Yeah, no impact on the budget.
It's not now. When we get further down the road, if your money starts going away, is what I'm more worried about. And then this.
And then the also what Stephanie brought up, we have the retirement of Leroy, and so if we were to postpone this, we would need to hire that position, right? And then our opportunity to make this split becomes a lot harder, because we need to hire that person as it currently is, and then it's like, it would be much harder to tell that person down the road, oh, okay, you were hired for this, but we're now going to change like a lot of what you're doing.
But
So
that's an obligation that will change in 2 weeks, not 2 years. Because there'll be somebody else sitting right where I'm sitting in 2 weeks.
You're saying just like wait till
right.
maybe
I'm
the
not
next
telling you to
next
postpone it completely, but
Gotcha.
I mean you're just talking about a 2 week period of time.
Gotcha.
I'm not talking about don't do it at all.
There
There are smart people who are going to be sitting in these seats, and they should have that opportunity to discuss that with you, because they might have a different idea than we have. So
So another question I had, Sean, is the amending the pay scale. You know, I worry that maybe some of these new positions you're trying to get them more in line with where the national average is, the pay scale. But I think that is gonna affect some of the current employees that aren't in line with where the current pay scale should be. And I just see that we're making sure that the new employees are up there, but we have this whole string of employees that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years that aren't where they should be. So I worry about that separation and how that looks, that we're making sure the new ones are there, but the old ones aren't.
This one doesn't concern me too much, because if you look at all the department heads, and Stephanie can speak to this better than me, but they're all at basically the 33, and I think this is the only one that's at 35 because the department is so much bigger than everyone else. And so this actually kind of fixes things.
So this one would be going from a 35 down to 33?
Yeah, because the public works director would only have half of the department now, and then the rest of the department heads are the 33. So I think this actually makes a lot of sense to me, as far as that goes.
Okay. Yeah. All right, that makes sense. Councilman Martinez?
My take is that I don't have any problem supporting the first two options at all. I agree with Councilmember Sanders in that I think that this is something that the next council needs to be looking at. My thinking would be that we postpone this till the second meeting in January. Because the first meeting is they'll get involved with just half the meeting, and then gives the new council a chance to think about this particular issue in the second meeting in January. That would be my take.
So currently we have a motion and a second on the floor. So we either have to be voted on or amended by the people that made the motion. Go ahead, Stephanie.
One of the things that is really why we brought it so soon is really the timing. We have a department that really, really needs to be structured. And we can't, it's hard to put it off for another month before we can actually put them out to hire. And then once we put the position out there, we're out another month to 2 months. So we're looking at March. If we postpone it, it's really gonna hurt this department. And I really, it hurts my heart already. Because they really, really need leadership. And I hate to put that on you. I understand your perspective. I totally do. But by not doing it as soon as we can, it's really, really going to hurt them. And they're already so short right now, especially leadership, because not being able to post a position to replace Leroy for his retirement is going to be a problem, especially if we have to wait till the second meeting in January.
Right.
It'll be very, very difficult to not have that leadership at that point. And so you decide, obviously it's your choice, but I just want to put that forward that it really will be a struggle for us to put this off.
Okay. So whoever made the first and the second actually has the opportunity to amend their motion. If not, then we'll move forward with the vote.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
So I guess here's my question is if, and this is probably maybe the Stephanie and Sean, if this gets approved tonight, are you, when you're saying the timing of everything, are you primarily concerned with getting a public works director for the long term, or are you primarily trying to get both of these positions? Like, does that make sense? Like if we approve this and we just get a public works director, is that enough to fill that emergent problem that you have, or does both of these positions have to be filled for you to be comfortable?
So I believe that the issue is we're making adjustments with the public works director position. We're changing that position from being paid at a salary grade 36 to changing it to a salary grade 33. And I don't believe we can post that position stating that it's one and then move it down to another. I think we would have to wait up entirely on that. unless we actually have this motion in place. We would like to put both in. I don't think we can put one in and not the other, making that change, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
I think so. One of my concerns was I thought that the original plan was the community development director was also going to be a grant writer position.
No, that one is gonna be, economic development director / grant writer, so it's separate.
Okay, well, I believe I misunderstood that then. That's good.
Yeah, so this community development director is actually there's actually two divisions, and in board docs, I have them mapped out so you can see the design, where this would take over, of course, I should pull it out, but it would take over basically half of the Public Works Department as it stands right now. And so that we would divide that into two different divisions, and the community development director position would be over one of those halves, if that makes sense. Where the public works director would be over the other half.
Okay, does that answer your question, Aaron?
Yeah, I think so. I believe I'm with Vice Mayor Sanger. I'm in support of these positions. I just have some real concerns with locking this in right before a brand new council. That I would personally prefer to give them the opportunity to chime in on this. I agree that if there's a different long-term direction, I don't know.
Okay. Councilman Martinez?
I guess my other question would be, I mentioned the second meeting in January. If we were to say we were going to do it the first meeting in January, would that help? That'd be 2 weeks.
Now, you still have the current council conducting old business.
We would.
The new council doesn't go in until new business begins.
Because if this got postponed, it would be considered old business at the first meeting in January.
And I understand that, but the problem I'm having is that the way Mr. Sanders presented it is that he was thinking that the new city council would be the one to be making this type of decision. And so they'll be in that first meeting.
Under new business.
Just under new business. I know it wouldn't be new business, but that's the way we could do it. If we want to do it that way.
Well, it'd still be up to the setting council to vote for it, though. The new council wouldn't be able to vote for it at that first meeting.
That's right, Because it comes under new business.
Right. So the only way to get it to the new council is for it to fail tonight and be brought back up on the second meeting under new business.
That's the problem. The second meeting is 2 weeks out, or almost a month out. And for them to advertise it is gonna take longer. And that's their problem. So I just thought if we could do it on the first reading, under new business, we could get by with it. I don't know if there's a way to do that.
Well, go ahead. This is a resolution.
That's right.
So if it fails tonight, you could bring it back up as new business in the next meeting. Because it's new business to us today.
Right, and that's what I said, is it fails tonight.
That would be on them to introduce it as part of the agenda under new business.
Right.
And then they have that opportunity. Now, all three of them are here tonight, so they can hear the different sides of the argument as it is. So they're having that opportunity right now to hear that side of that argument.
Right.
So you would be able to do it in 2 weeks. You just have to, whoever the mayor is, has to reintroduce it under new business.
Correct.
Yeah, the new council, once they're seated.
Yes.
So it would have to be voted down tonight, and then it can be brought back up.
Right.
So if there's no objections, then we will open online voting then.
but if it was defeated, then we can bring it back up.
Correct, under new business.
Bring it up.
It's just a resolution, you're not having to
Introduce
review
it, introduce it for the next.
Right.
Right.
Online voting is closed.
Hold on.
Point of order, I misvoted, I wanted to vote in May.
Oh.
Opposed to this, this resolution. I hate the wrong button.
Due to that, I have reopened online voting. All council is requested to revote.
Okay. You still waiting for somebody?
We just
Okay.
Online voting is now closed and the motion fails with Councilman, or Vice Mayor Sanger, Councilman Durst, and Councilman Martinez voting nay.
Now we'll move on down to H.
Point of order again, I
Yes.
thought we were gonna introduce this again.
It can be.
You can be in your next meeting. In the next meeting.
You can read it. Oh, okay.
So it'll be on the next agenda
Okay.
placed for the new, council, under new business.
Okay, I see what you're doing, okay.
So we'll move on down to item H, a bid award, 2020 rebid splash pad package. I can get a motion. Councilman Sanger?
I move to award the splash pad package for Depot Park to Splash Zone LLC in the amount of $110,644.26.
Okay, can we get a second? Councilman Wells seconds that. Pam, you want to bring us up to speed on this one?
Not my book.
Yeah, if you could just read every page slowly so we can follow on.
Sure. Whatever, Mayor and Council, this is it. So we have gone through a lot of steps to get here, and I think, just that we, went out to bid, because the last time I asked you to, reject it, we had 3 bids that were submitted this round. And, it's in your notes, background information, the lowest bid was not chosen, just to let you know, because it did not meet the scope of services, so the bidder did not meet the scope of services. So then the next bid, was Splash Zone, came in our project budget. And again, to remind you guys, we have already awarded the restoration bid and the demolition and water component contingent that we got good numbers on this package.
Correct. Is there any questions for Pam?
I just want to say I'm very excited.
Yeah, it'll be good to see this come to a closure finally and finish. Okay, there's no questions or there's no more questions and no objections. We'll open online voting.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess I'm trying to understand what this is saying real fast.
Okay.
On the very last line, there's 3 bids were submitted in this round. Lowest bid was not chosen because the scope of work was requested, was not met by the bidder. The calculation, what kind of amendment will be made to their contract to reflect the removal of the bid bond amount? I guess what is that?
I apologize, I shouldn't have said it. So we didn't want to change any of the documentation that came in. So if you look at your bid tabulation sheet and your attachments, it says that Splash Zone came in at $116,000. What happened was they had a new person putting their bids together, and they included the bid bond, and bid bonds are not supposed to be included in your total. And so, once the removal of the bid bond amount comes out, then we will have the $110,000.
Okay.
So Aaron, did that answer your question? So in a normal bid, you don't put your bid bond cost or your 5%, and their office person put that in the total, and it was not supposed to be in there, but I didn't, but.
Oh, I get it. They added that to their amount.
Yes, yes, that is correct.
And just for legal clarification, Amy, there's not a problem with adjusting that. So it reflects the different amount on the bid.
It's my understanding that the director has, written communications evidence in that issue. You're reducing the amount, not increasing the amount.
Okay.
That is correct, and I have it right. I do have it in writing. That's correct. Thank you, Amy.
Okay, if there's no more questions or objections, we will open online voting.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I did forget to mention, you guys each got a bag. Aaron and Louis, you have bags in front of you, a little compliment of Hogwarts too. Thank you, guys. This is
Thank you.
an exciting project, and I think everybody from the community, there's a lot of people that have waited for this. So now we will get contracts signed with all the contractors and move forward.
All right, thank you, Pam.
Thank you guys for your continued support on this project.
All right, now we'll move on
Yeah,
down
I'm
to.
just gonna say real quick, I'll be here tomorrow morning for my Hogwarts thing.
Yeah, if you're not here, Aaron, I'm thinking some of the other council members might take your bag.
You know, your bag had a wand. Your bag had a wand when I set it down, and now there's no wand in your bag, Aaron. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'm sure that we'll all find it there.
Yeah, it's been on the front page of the paper enough. All right, now we'll move on down to item I, a resolution designation of financial institutes as public depositories for calendar year 2021. I need a motion, Councilman Martinez?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution designating the Bank of Commerce, Rawlins National Bank, the Rawlins National State Bank, and the Bank of the West as the public fund depository for the city of Rawlins during the calendar year 2021.
Okay, I'll second. Councilman Sanger seconds that. Jody, would you like to just fill us in? I'm sure we're all aware of what this is, but in case somebody isn't aware.
They are acknowledging that they do have the funds to keep our funds safe, and so they are letting us know that. And the letter, actually, is they are all three asking to make the application for your approval to be designated for 2020, 2021 as a depository for the city of Rawlins. And so that happens every year about this time.
Is there any questions for Jody from any of the council? Okay, if there's no questions or objections to that motion, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Thank you, Myra. Thank you, Jody. All right, now we'll move on down to item J, a resolution authorizing a one-time payout of accrued sick and vacation time as of December 19th, 2020 to come into compliance with the accrual limits and amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to reflect the payout in the current fiscal year expenditures. You get a motion for that?
That's what you said.
Okay, we'll get a second. Okay, we got a first and a second. Sean, would you like to explain to everybody what that really means?
Yes. Honorable Mayor and Council, this is something, as I started as the city manager here, we became aware that we are way over our limits and vacation and sick leave for a bunch of different employees. So the intention of bringing this is to fix that so that we can be in compliance with our policy. I would like to just for a minute talk about the options and why it's come the way it has tonight. So in order to take care of the sick leave, there's really two options with sick leave. We can either pay it out or we can wait till people leave the city, basically. sudden take, draw down sick leave. You know what I mean? It's just impossible to deal with it that way. And so that's why I definitely think the best way to get in compliance with that is to pay it. Vacation's a little bit different because as what employees have been doing right now is they've slowly been taking that vacation as they can. What we're finding is that there's still a lot of people that are having a really hard time doing that, a lot of people. And I think that, I personally think that it would help our employees if we could help them out to get them into compliance rather than like struggling really hard to get. I think they can manage the normal time that they have, but when they're trying to take all this extra time, I think there's consequences to that with people being off when, that hurts other employees that are having to cover for them and those sorts of things. So I feel like it's in the best interest for the city to help us get into compliance and help be cognizant of our employees and the situations that they're in, and how that impacts our residents too. So that's why it's come as it is today. I feel like it's the best thing to do is to pay it out. So that's what it is.
Okay. Councilman Martinez?
I remember, I think this is something that's been with us for a long time.
Yeah.
So by doing this, we'll have better control. They won't be able to build up all that time over the years and then have this come up before us again.
That's right.
So I think this is what we should be doing. We should never let it get away the way it did. But I think by doing what we're going to do, what we'd like to see done, I think this will help.
And I'll make sure if this passes that we make sure in the system that there's mechanisms in place for it to not allow it to accrue over the maximum, and then problem solved forever.
Right. Councilman Wells?
Can I point out that the motion says December 19th, 2002?
Yeah, I think our interim city clerk has made a couple
She
of
wants to go back
mistakes
to the
tonight.
O2.
Could have been me too, I don't know.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
I have a question, is there about this, is there an employee handbook and when was it, the employee handbook established with the maximum allowance of sick time buildup and vacation time to stop this from occurring over the course of time? When was that established in the past?
Back in the 80s, probably?
So since
It was
it,
2008.
so since 2000, because they've had payouts before. So since 2008, they've allowed that to accrue back up to this amount of, what is it, $158,000? What was in place to stop that then, and what is gonna be in place to stop that moving forward?
Yeah, all I can speak to, well, very clearly in the accounting system, they didn't put in place the mechanism to make it so they can't accrue above a certain amount. But we will put that in place now, so that moving forward, it'll be there.
But in the handbook, employee handbook that was established in 2008, there was an established amount that they were not allowed to. So why, I'm not trying to fault employees by no means, but why are we paying something else that's already in the handbook that they're not allowed to do?
Well, it's because these employees, for whatever reason, accrued this sick time and vacation time, that not throwing anybody under the bus, that should have been stopped. Nothing was in place to stop it from happening. It wasn't, so these employees, just kept building this up. So here we are today. We know we have an issue. We're getting ready to do something that's gonna stop that from happening again. I don't believe it's fair to tell an employee that was allowed by their supervisor to rack all this up for all these years that, hey, we're gonna take those 6 months of sick time away from you. Too bad, too sad.
It's in a handbook.
But their supervisor at the time allowed it to go on. So it's not necessarily the employee's
Are
fault.
we legally bound as a city to pay that out?
Yes. That is time they've earned and accrued. And it's partly our fault as far as administration, I shouldn't say partly, it is our fault as administration, that we did not stay on top of this, at whatever level it was, we wound up in this position. So it's only fair, and it's the legal way to do it is to pay them out. Every employee with the city will start fresh with their current vacation and sick time. Mechanisms will be put into place to where this doesn't happen again.
So, okay, I guess the question for Sean, what's the mechanism that you are establishing at this point in time? Is it a new employee handbook that they sign, or what's it?
No, it's actually in the payroll system, so you can set it up so people can accrue more. So if they get, let's say the maximum is 40 hours, for example, if the system won't allow them to accrue more, they'll be stuck until they use it, so.
Yeah, in 2008, the software was not sophisticated enough to handle that. That would have been handled manually because it just was not there. It was not in existence. Now with Windows and all of that, and they're getting more sophisticated, and accounting is the last of the industries to come up to speed. Others will go a lot faster, but not in the accounting field. And so the accounting software now, we can cut that off. So it no longer accrues, it just stops accruing. And then we can check it a lot better. Now, this is a one-time, and it's very clear, this is a one-time deal, because we're not gonna let it accrue again.
So basically how it works is if they're allowed 40 hours, that payroll system will keep adding up till it hits 40, and it's not adding it no more. So it don't matter if you use it or not, you've lost it. You'll never have more than 40 hours on.
That I just wanted to be aware that we've done, the city's done that in the past already, paid this out before. So it should have been solved.
We haven't done it as a citywide. We've had to do it to employees that have left the employment of the city. We've had to pay them employees off. But we've never done it as a citywide payout.
I mean, I'm not mentioning no names, but I know of an individual that has been paid out before and is still employed from the city. So I'm just saying, I know this has happened before in the past, and it just baffles me that it wasn't.
I guess I'm not aware of that. The only ones I'm aware of, if they've left the employment of the city, then we pay them off.
I'm aware of an individual right now that, yes, this has happened before, it's been paid out before, so.
Well, like I said, there's nothing we can,
I understand.
there's nothing we can do to fix past administration, but there is something we can do to fix it going forward, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Good.
So if there's no more, Joy?
I just want, in sake of transparency, is just to reiterate what's already in the resolution is this, the numbers that are listed in here, the 158, is effective as of October 19th. So we will do it through, December 19th will be the last payroll of the year. This will be paid out in early January or sometime in January. So, that I just want to make clear that these numbers here will change.
Okay.
It's just, there's a lot of work going into calculating these.
Right.
And it doesn't make any sense to do it every payroll until it's approved.
Exactly.
So that's why the numbers are as they are.
Okay, makes sense. Okay. If there's no more questions or objections, we'll open online voting, please.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now move on down to item K, a resolution authorizing compliance paid to current personnel to the current fiscal year expenditures. Can you get a motion for that? Councilman Martinez? Okay, second? I'll second. Okay, Steve, Sanger seconds that. Would that be you, Sean, on this one, or Jody?
Yes, so the compliance pay, yes, I'll take that one. So the compliance pay has, there's a couple of different things I'd like to explain about that. So the past place where I worked, we also had a compliance pay that we did around this time of the year. The intention of behind calling it a compliance pay is so that, for one, we have the budget to support a pay like this, which we do. And secondly, are employees adhering to the budget as well? You know, if we have people blowing the budget, you know, in certain areas, I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing something to reward employees if they're not doing what I would expect them to do. I have definitely noticed that people have been super conservative with budgeting right now because they know myself and Jody are new here and they've been real cautious with their budgets. And so for those couple of reasons, I feel like that's kind of the background of what I'd like to consider when we're looking at a compliance day. So real specifically, we would like to reward our employees and for all the hard work that they have done throughout the year, especially in a COVID year. This has been rough on everyone. And so it would be $500 that would go to our full-time employees. It's $25 that would go to part-time employees, and then it would be either a jacket or a hoodie that would go to full-time and part-time employees is what that number encompasses.
Okay. Any questions or objections to that? Okay, if there's no questions or objections, we'll open online voting. Sorry, I forgot I had the resolution open, so it wasn't popping up until I closed the resolution.
No problem.
I'm like, where's that?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Thank you. Now we'll move on down to item L, resolution authorizing the amendment of the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 municipal budget to reflect unanticipated COVID-19 expenses and revenues. Need a motion, Councilman Sanger?
So moved.
Second? That's one for the Wells. Okay, we have a first and a second. Sean?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council, as we're all aware, the federal government has been helping employees everywhere, is when we have to quarantine. They've supported 2 weeks of pay when they have to do that. So the question that was brought up recently to me from Stephanie is, what are we gonna do in this next year? I mean, the COVID is ramped up. We're hoping for that, you know, the vaccine to help out. As of this morning, I looked at what we have paid to employees for those situations that have occurred, and it's about $40,000 approximately. And so that's why this one is at $50,000 for the motion. With, you know, the increases in COVID right now in our county, I think that amount is appropriate. Hopefully we don't have to use it. Hopefully we get this vaccine that fixes everything. But the intention is that we still have the same problem, but we need to be able to support our employees. And because it really, I can't imagine, this is going to be hard for a lot of people if they don't have that support. If they, you know, we have to send them home for 2 weeks and sorry, you're just tough luck.
So this money will be coming out of the COVID-19 grant that we just got and set aside for employee payroll expenses if they have COVID-related issues in 2021.
Yes, I feel like that this is like a perfect use of the funds that we just got is to continue that support, and employees will really appreciate it.
Okay. Any questions or objections to that motion? Okay, Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you, Myra. We'll move on down to item M, to approve a Wyoming Community Gas 2020 designated projects. Can I get a motion? Well, yeah, if I can get a motion. I guess that is a general motion.
I'll do the dinner.
Okay, Councilwoman Wells?
I move to approve and dedicate the 2020 Wyoming Community Gas Project Funds in the amount of $10,322.95.
Get a second?
For the purpose of discussion, I will second it.
Okay. Now we've got a motion on the floor. Now we'll pop open amount that we have able to use this year is $10,322.95. And I believe we have some items that were suggested to use that money for. Do you have that, Sean?
Yes, I do. Would you like me to walk us through that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, everyone should have that document. I
opening out the bottom left, it's probably open into a Word document.
Okay, so there's different potential projects that have come either from staff or from council, and I just have been working to compile them so that they could be under consideration tonight. So one of them was the mural at Martinez Park. Initially, we were looking at getting plexiglass, and then as we were kind of considering that, there's some concerns that it could be broken by people, or just the humidity could ruin the mural. And so if we do a sealer like we've done throughout the community in downtown especially, where we have those murals, then not only is it far less expensive, but I think it is a better way to go. So I think right around $500 we could get that done. One that was brought up before was just lighting for the downtown gazebo, and then initially we were thinking like it could be more of like those pretty looking lights that could be around that gazebo, but that has the potential to be broken, and I think probably a better option would be something that you can hide the lights and you still get the lighting of the gazebo. And then I was able to get cost roughly about $2,000 to do that one. The Martinez Dog Park, I'm trying to pull up my email. I thought I had that document right with me, but I don't. I think it was, I want to say it was like 23,000 or something like that. I will really try and get that to pull up here.
23,000, you say?
23,000 to do the different things there. That would be getting a dog run and then having running water to go over for a place for the dogs to get a drink and that sort of thing. It's all together, and the labor to do that. So if we can, as you're maybe starting to discuss these, I'll find that number and then can tell you what it is. We have one that would be like a sign leading to the Martinez Park. That's one that Councilmember Martinez has suggested. And I think there's probably two ways that you could go about doing that. One of them is what Councilmember Martinez brought up is, I guess we have made signs, or I don't know if it was the technical college or the high school that has made signs for us in the past.
Higher education has a welding class.
Higher education, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's where we were headed with it when the previous city manager and I discussed it. When we dedicated the park, that was one of the things that he thought was missing, the fact that we didn't have a name on it. And so it was suggested that we were going to do that in-house, and then he just dropped the ball and never came back up again. I guess my big thing is, what are we talking about? How much funds do we have? I know it's not $10,000, that's just what they gave us this time. Didn't we set money aside?
That's it. The money that's been set aside prior has already been earmarked for other.
So we're just talking about this $10,000.
Correct.
Well, that's not a lot of money when you're talking about, and I don't know who suggested a dog run in Martinez Park. I don't support something like that, but $10,000 is only half of the $23,000 that you're asking to get that done. Is that right?
I just found the number. It's 28,000. So let me read this. We will provide all materials, labor, permits to install approximately 400 linear feet of chain link fence, post rail, 2 gates, 4 foot high at the east side of Martinez Park. We will install a dog water fountain with slow drain into French drain with a 3x3x4 slab concrete for the dog water fountain. We'll connect the existing water line in a trench and 100-foot portable water line to a new dog fountain. So our goal was just to, we just chose a park and to find like a pretty low cost, like what would this look like on the low cost to just get a dog park here for us.
So how much of that property do we have? I mean, we got the park, corner of it doesn't have grass. That's one thing that I want to work on, getting water to that southeast corner of that park. But then, other than that, there's not a lot of property there. On the other side, I always thought it was Union Pacific Railroad property.
Yeah,
On the east
so,
side, on the east side of that park, just east of that old building there, that's Union Pacific property. I've seen them working on it. So they're gonna donate that to us to put a dog run?
no,
Invest money in?
so the Parks and Rec, they're the ones that sought this bid, and I'm pretty sure they're aware of what's our, city property, so I think they're trying to put it on our city property. I didn't look at it myself, I didn't collect the bids, I can't speak too much to it.
Put a dog run, they would put it down there, Outlaw Bowl or someplace like that.
But what this does do, Forest Council Martinez, it gives us a price, you know, where we can have an idea what a dog park's gonna cost us somewhere, so we have a starting number.
Okay.
So, you know, if that's one of the options we decide we wanna do as a dog park, we know that the 10,000 is not gonna do it, so we could earmark that money and set it aside till next year and do that for 3 years, then we'd have $30,000 to go put one in somewhere, if that was the decision of the council.
You know,
Yeah, that's-
another thought was, putting in a skateboard, for kids. We own some land, we have land down on State Street, a bunch of property there that all we do is go down and cut the weeds on it all the time. It belongs, there's water there, there's a sewer there, if we need to put restrooms. A dog run or a skateboard would help a lot of the kids down in the neighborhood. And I know it'll be used a lot, and I've had a lot of, people get a hold of me over the years and ask me why we don't have one, like the one they have in Hannah. So I thought that would be, a good suggestion. Like I say, we own our own property, and we wouldn't have to bother with anybody else.
Yeah, I think, if,
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead, Louis.
yeah, BLM has a sign shop here in Rollins, and I'm telling them to donate a sign every now and then. Probably ask them if they could build us a sign for Martinez Park. See where it goes from there.
Okay, that's a possibility, Louis.
so yeah, I think, so with the signs, that is one option, we could have, have it be more like a community project and see if the technical college could help us with that. And then I guess previously, there was a wayfinding project, where we were able to get all the signs throughout the city that kind of guide us around. I think that was a grant, so I would think that we, I guess, don't quote me, but maybe we could go after a grant to get, signs for every single park, and so we could approach it that way, just as a couple of thoughts. And then another item on here, the Parks and Rec identified this, I guess at the golf course, we have fill stations now, and I think people enjoy having those. And so they just brought some ideas that maybe at some of our parks, and they identified Washington, Rock Roy, Bolton Park, that you could do a fill station, and they have the cost for just that, fill station with a fountain, and then it would be like all three, where it's the station, the fountain, and the pet fountain, and the cost. So those are some options. If you want to just use that money, you probably could do, a few of those to use up some money. And then the last idea that was brought up was the cement benches, and the ones that we have just outside City Hall, we were able to find the cost. It was about $1,800 per bench, and then that's including us doing the labor, as well as getting the community gas, I guess, engraved in there. So I think at least, hopefully this gives some good options to think about today. But that's what I have for you.
I guess it'd be council's pleasure if they want to entertain 1, 2, all, earmark the money for future use, or we have a motion on the floor.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
I'm sorry, what's the actual motion on the floor at the moment?
It's just a general motion. It doesn't earmark it, it just says the amount.
So it's a motion to spend that amount, which is the $10,332. Now we need to decide how.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was originally stated for a project, so since I've interrupted, then my personal opinion, I would like to see this money next year and just immediately dedicate it to a dog park. That gives us a year to start investigating it and find a good place and come up with a plan, and then I would think that we could come up with a little bit of extra funding to match with it, and then I think after a year, we could at least get a good start, and then even if it was expanded past that. That would be my personal one.
Okay.
We don't need any more benches, we've done enough benches.
I'd like to speak about the benches, this is Louis Espinoza.
Yeah, go ahead, Louis.
Yeah. Talking about Spruce Street and Cedar Street, if you notice how many people walk up and down those, areas, they're quite often, you see people having no place to sit in those areas.
Yeah, they do come in handy. A lot of people do use them. I have a question, Sean. So we've got the COVID money, the grant money and so forth. Could some of that money be used for these water fill stations at these parks? Basically, because my thought behind that is going to a water fill station versus a water fountain, you're cutting down the possibility of contamination of kids putting their mouths on something somebody else just put their mouth on. So that COVID money, I think, would fall under doing those items, would it?
So I was talking to Jody about that today, just like how this comes in. We still have kind of a question on how it works. Because a lot of the funds came from police and fire, it may come back as revenue and it needs to go right in there. And so basically, instead of us, say expending their whole budget, maybe we end up at 25% because the revenues will offset the expenses. So that's maybe what will happen. But no matter how it comes back to us at the end of the fiscal year, we have not expensed, essentially it just comes into our cash reserves. Right. So could we spend it? I believe we could. We could spend it how we need to.
So I'm thinking that I would like to see us take $500 out of the $10,332 to put towards the Martinez mural, and then take the balance of that and earmark it for a dog park that we add next year's money to, and so on with that, and then also look into it from the other aspect of some of that COVID-19 money to put the 3 water fill stations at the 3 parks based on a health and safety thing using some of the COVID-19 money. I mean, does the council like that?
You were right on what I was thinking.
Steve? Okay. Bart, your thoughts?
I have problems with the dog run. I'm not a big supporter of the dog run. Skateboard rink would be more what I'd like to see. As far as the mural is concerned, $500 we were supposed to have done that last year or a couple of years ago, and we just let it slide, and then vandals kind of spray painted it. But I would like to see a skateboarding thing, and the fact that we own our property there on State Street, a big chunk of property there that could be used for a skate rink for children in the community. That's where I'd like to see that money going. We could do the same thing if we want to save it for a couple of years. We could do that. I don't know what the skate rinks cost. They're out of wood.
Can we generalize it and just say park for now? And then when
No, it needs to be earmarked, otherwise it just sits there in general fund. And once it goes to general fund, then it's open game.
okay.
So if we don't earmark it,
As a dog or a skate park, you can't just say park.
well, you could, but then if somebody says, well, we got this money for a park, I wanna put a swing set in at one of the parks, here's this money for it. We didn't designate it for a specific purpose.
How about if we put this money away and, being that we like to use our new council, let them make the decision where we're gonna spend it.
Well, because this money was received under this current council, the bargaining, I think we have an obligation to spend the money that was given to this council versus letting the other council spend the money that this council received.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing Jabari. Jabari, were you asking for a skate park?
Yes,
Is
I
that
was.
what I heard you asking about?
Yes, I was.
So my response to that would be, there's another person in town who has done a lot of research on a skate park grant. And I would argue that we could probably get that done as another project through another grant that's already pretty much been put together.
Okay, so you're saying there's somebody else in town that's been looking into it and has some pricing, and you feel that there's a grant that we could probably get that would cover a skate park?
Correct. This has already been gone down and basically figured out, and then it was just rejected. And so we could go back and reintroduce that whole thought process. Most of the work was done. I believe it was just last year, maybe the year before.
Okay. Amy, you had a question, or?
Mayor, just to address that previous question about postponing this matter, I believe the Land and Community Gas project designation has to be done by December 31st, 2020.
Do we have to spend it?
Well, designate the project.
We have to tell them what was.
Designate the project, yeah.
And I could be wrong, but
I think you're
I
correct.
think you're correct too.
Myra, go ahead.
It is my understanding from former clerk Schillinger, as long as we let them know, like that, maybe we want to leave it on old business for next meeting, they would give us time to ask for an extension. I mean, I can't swear to that, but my understanding is we do have, it's not a firm deadline.
That's happened in the past.
Okay. Chris, you have a question?
Yeah, I want to talk about the Martinez Memorial there. The sealant, I mean, I believe Jabari brought that up about the plexiglass to preserve that, right? I understand that moisture could build and everything, but does the sealant, is it washable if it was vandalized? Because that was part of the problem, right? So, I mean, is it better to seal that and then with that sealant, preserve it with the sealant and then spend the extra money? Because, I mean, it's something that really does need to be preserved and spend the extra money to put plexiglass over it too.
Councilman Sanger?
You can buy a graffiti clear coat.
Okay.
Yeah, which is pressure washable. Doesn't
I
take
just-
off what's under it, just washes off what's on it.
Okay, I just know that that's what Mr. Martinez has brought forth and why he said something about. I didn't know if that, this sealant for $500.
That's,
Does
it's expensive stuff, but it works.
Yeah.
And that plexiglass is around $500 too. So I don't care how they do it, as long as we protect it so that we don't have to go back every time the vandals hit it. Have to go down and try to figure out how to clean it up.
100%.
So we're, go ahead, Aaron?
I guess I just will throw out I support what you had mentioned. I'm perfectly comfortable with putting the money aside for the sealer and then putting the rest aside for a dog park to match with in the future. So I will just throw in that's where my support is.
Okay.
Can I just go ahead and amend my original motion to add what you just said?
Yes, we could.
Would that be the best way to do that, Amy?
Yeah.
I would like to amend my original motion to add the $500 to preserve the mural at Martinez Park with the sealer, and then earmark the rest of the. The remainder to a dog.
$9,833.
Yes.
Correct.
I can't do math at 10:20 at night.
So the motion, and I understand the motion, I guess my question is, we're not designating where we're gonna put this dog room, is that correct?
No, just.
Just that you're gonna have, just that we'll do one And then the new council will determine at that time, during now and then, where the best place would be to go. And who was the second on that?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
So the first and second, the motion has been amended by the first and by the second.
And Honorable Mayor and Council, I believe that should be showing on your screen. Is that correct?
Close out where I'm at.
But I got it refreshed here.
It may not happen until I push the vote, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it will when you push vote.
Okay. So if there's no questions or objections to that motion, would you open online voting, please?
To the amendment, is that correct?
Correct.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Now move on down to item N. A resolution to the U.S. Department of HUD requesting a second amendment to the adaptive reuse, of historic guards quarters grant on behalf of the Old Penn Joint Powers Board.
Honorable Mayor, members of
Will you get a
council.
motion first? Councilman Sanger?
I move to approve a resolution to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development requesting the second amendment to the adaptive reuse of the historic guards quarters through October 31st, 2021.
Okay, we need a second. Councilwoman Wells seconds that. Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of council, the city of Rollins sponsored and submitted a federal grant for the adaptive reuse of the historic guards quarters on behalf of the Old Penn Joint Powers Board. Municipality was eligible for that community development block grant where a joint powers board was not. The joint powers board was able to advocate and submit for a Wyoming Business Council grant, and those were awarded. Both of those grants are set to expire on December 30th, 2020. Unfortunately, due to construction delays with COVID-19, such as work furloughs with their construction crews, and then once they returned back to work, they experienced additional delays due to supply chain shortages. They unfortunately won't be able to complete that project by the December 30th deadline. The request before you is to approve a resolution to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development requesting a second amendment to that grant application through October 31st, 2021.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay. And Myra, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay. Now we'll move on down to item O. To authorize staff to proceed with amendment to ordinance 10.33, parking to require on-street trailers to be equipped with a reflective device. Need a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second.
Honorable
Oh,
Mayor.
hold on. We don't have a second yet.
Sorry.
If we don't have a second, then it'll due to lack of a it'll die due to lack of a motion. Okay. And if there's nothing else to come before the council, the meeting is adjourned.